conditions of release other than noting any firearms in the 65-year-old's home should be removed.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Comey's lawyer says they'll say this is vindictive prosecution.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It is Tug and Los on Xtra 106.3. It is Stripper Thursday, so close to the weekend you can touch it, but you can't. And my friend Front Office Los just walked in with the biggest smile like a Cheshire cat. Like Reba McEntire.
Where do I begin?
I mean, it's wherever you would like to begin. The floor is yours, sir.
You know, nobody likes a know-it-all.
Yeah.
And sometimes I get that moniker around here. And that's fine. That doesn't bother me one bit. I don't have to like everybody. Everybody doesn't have to like me.
That's right. It can be an acquired taste, right?
But I told you. I told you what was coming.
What'd I tell you?
And the reason why I believed what was coming was because when we saw what happened at the collegiate level when it came to affirmative action and what this court did, they looked at it as something from a bygone era that was now being used to actually harm students of merit, namely Asian students.
Just specifically, yeah.
And what did this court end up finding yesterday? The pretzel moment for the Democrats.
You can't use race to gerrymander your maps. And then they cried because they were like, well, what do you mean? This is racist.
And so the fun part for me, as I had told you about this when I said, hey, don't worry about Virginia. It's going to get blown up. I said, watch what Florida does. Watch what Texas did. I said, and pay attention to the Supreme Court. There's a ruling that's going to come down that if it occurs, it's going to blow up the entire political landscape in the face of the Democrats. It was always about power. And now, in what we would look at as a better version of America, you can't pander to particular groups. You actually have to be representative of everyone in a district. And the Supreme Court upheld that this is from a bygone era. And now in today's America, you need to have representatives that are representative of everyone. And that caused the left to turn into, well, y'all are cheating. Well, no, what you were doing was found unconstitutional and against the law.
That's right.
And that has now turned many southern states on the offensive of, all right, let's do this.
Yeah, we heard from Greg Dolezal, who will be a guest on the show next Tuesday. That's the thing he led with. That we got to get this right in Georgia. We got to get everything fixed. And I watched a surprisingly measured CBS legal analyst yesterday. I told Los about it yesterday afternoon. She just laid out the facts. That's all she did. And everything you just said is exactly what she just said. Or she had said.
We call it the pretzel moment. When you turn leftist logic on itself. For instance, when I joke around about Kyle Rittenhouse and what had gone on, and I say, well, Rittenhouse killed a guy who kept using the N-word all night. And that's when liberals, not even liberals, it was the far left, like, well, I was like, aren't you supposed to do that? A white guy who keeps using the N-word? Well, but he had a gun. So that's the pretzel logic. The left's only response to this so far has been, well, why don't we redistrict some more? You mean according to race?
Well,
which you can't do.
Which is illegal. But then the calls to do it, I thought it was really, this is the most laughable thing to me. was the blue states and the Democrats from blue states saying, well, we're going to redistrict even more in our blue states.
Okay.
Where? Where are you going to do it?
Where? And by what measure?
You've already squeezed everything out of it. You've already redistricted everything. What do you think that red states are going to do? They're going to follow your model.
And red states, as of now, because you had so many of these crazy-looking districts, what was going on in Louisiana, and I think Tug put it probably the best way when we were talking about this off the air. When you see the map they were attempting to draw for this particular district, it was a Z.
Yeah, that's right.
It was a Z pattern. And you went, hold on, you're drawing it across this portion of the state, diagonally across this portion, and then across this portion.
And it was like from northwest to southeast. Like it was gigantic and zigzag.
It was by no means representative of any community that you would speak of.
That's right.
Outside of one. Here, we think we have the most black voters through here. Now, this is going to be so far-reaching, and this is going to play out over the next several days. And right now, the left is there to see, like Hakeem Jeffries, who believed he was going to be Speaker of the House. The reality is that you could have as few as 8, you could have as many as 20 of these seats that are going to go over to the Republican Party. And that's before we even talk about the lack of funding that the Democrats have in this cycle and the cleaning up of these elections. What have we heard from people that have been involved in this state? They want to clean up our voter rolls in a multitude of states and clean up how we do our voting. If you start eliminating voter fraud to go along with the mechanisms that create the money that the Democrats run on, and you get rid of their redistricting, they actually are going to have to start talking like a party that's non-fringe.
Or go away. Or just go away.
You are
disappear.
We go through the numbers all the time, Tug, and we call it 80-20 issues. And then we always say, well, who's the 20% that still have a favorable view of the Democrats? That's their only voters.
That's right.
It's a 20 to 25% party if you get rid of games. It has to be.
Yeah. I heard Hakeem Jeffries, because you brought him up. He was like, now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity is gone, inclusion is gone. And he was like, but we're still here.
I voted for all that, by the way.
Right. So did a lot of people. But it was funny because he then talked about how great the country was in a pivot. I've not heard someone in that party say the country was good, and he was like, we're going to make it better. I've heard that in forever.
I have talked about the Democrats being the anti-American party, and that as long as you view them as such and listen to them under that construct, everything they do makes sense. But I don't want them to be the anti-American party. When I said earlier this week, I'm Spartacus, follow me, I will drag you kicking and screaming to prominence, I wasn't asking Democrats to give up their view of abortion or their view of 1,000 sexes. I said, can you center your message at least to the point where we're all pulling for American greatness? And to hear the person who believed he was going to be Speaker of the House,
right,
to hear him now have to pivot to the greatness of America?
Yeah.
Well, baby, that's what I'm trying to tell you about here.
But I don't think he believes it.
Oh, no, this is what they're going to have to go to.
That's exactly right. And that's going to be,
I think,
a struggle.
infected by Obama-era politics.
That's right. That's going to be a struggle because they are going to paint themselves. It's just like the Tallarico thing. He paints himself as a Bible-believing Christian, but his actions and the things that he says would go exactly opposite of that. You're going to see the left, I'm afraid, do that. Oh, we love America. America's great. We're going to make it better. They're going to wrap themselves in the flag to do what you're suggesting because they know they have to, and yet people are going to fall for it. Please don't fall for it. Just follow Tallarico and you'll know.
But that's where you're going to have, I think it's going to be like a bunch of piranha. They're going to have cannibalism going on.
Each other up. Yeah.
And the reason why I point that out, so let's say you have a district that's been largely drawn along Hispanic lines. And what happens is your typical Democrat politician will go in and will campaign and will talk about, you haven't had the same economic and educational opportunities, but I'll fix it for you because America's wrong, and I'll get back at those people who have wronged you. Well, what happens when you have a larger district that's representative of a whole cross-section of people? Well, now you can't play that game. One of the things that we see when we have anybody who's running, who even rolls through, and we got a list of candidates next week.
Cow. Candidate week.
We will tell you about candidate week next week. But one of the common denominators that we have seen that has gone on with people who have rolled through here who are running for larger office, state or otherwise, is that they talk about meeting Georgians from all different backgrounds, socioeconomic, race, religion, and they're trying to talk to all of them. The problem that this redistricting had caused when it was done by racial lines is that you're only talking to one group.
That's right.
And all you were turning it into was, these other people are your enemy, and I'll get back at them for you.
I'm with you. I'm your ride or die, man. I'm gonna take care of you.
Now, what happens when you have to talk to a larger amount of people, and that rhetoric will not work the same way?
Well, no, of course not. It'd be like going to the Battery and holding up Marxist signs. There might be some people that'd be like, "I'm with you."
Yeah, sounds great.
But the majority won't be.
The rest of them will be looking at you like, "What are you talking about?
What, have you lost your mind?"
Right.
That doesn't represent anything that I believe. And that is exactly what the Democrats are up against.
This is a great moment.
No, it is. I would even say one of the most consequential moments that we've ever lived through.
Sure.
I mean, I don't
sitting in these chairs.
Yeah, well, for sure, as in the life of Extra. But I mean, even in our lives, dude. And I don't know that everybody realizes it right now. Fast forward 20 years and see what difference that this opinion and this move by the Supreme Court and how it changes for the better. It changes America for the better.
I have a theory, and I'll get into it later in the 7, 8 o'clock hours. You are crushing. We talk about foundational pillars of this country. One of the foundational pillars of rot potentially got destroyed yesterday. And that's exciting to me.
Yeah, of course it is.
As somebody...
It's super encouraging.
Yeah, as somebody who talks about this country and the way that I feel about it, but then also the vision I have for it. Getting rid of what was gone as of yesterday, all right, we got a whole world of options. Like the political landscape, the way that people are going to campaign and the way that representation is going to be dealt out is going to be so wildly different that you're going to have to change how you talk to people and how you campaign.
That's exactly what I was about to add, is down to the message. It's going to change because it'll have to.
It has to.
It has to. And that's good for America because I think most Americans, I mean, probably 80-20. 80% of the country believes the country is a good place, and they want to salvage it, and they realize that we are so fortunate to have been born in this country. Mama told me the other day, the day before yesterday, I was talking to her on the phone, and she don't have a lot. She don't want a lot. She says the greatest thing that I've ever been blessed with is being born in the United States of America.
Good for her.
I know I've got a chance. If I have a good idea, I can develop it. If I want to open a restaurant, I can. If I want to stay here and sit at home and I can afford to, I can. It's up to me. Ain't nobody going to be here to tell me to get up or sit down. It's up to me. And she's told me that my entire life, dude. She said, if you don't have anything else, you're an American.
Think about how cool it is that is a woman who, as you said, doesn't have much, doesn't need much, but yet has had a son who goes and makes something of himself in the Navy, who then has a long and awesome radio career, and now you get to sit here and be one of the first voices to talk about this and to talk about how much you love this country.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, man. That gives me cold chills.
I mean, think about what that does to her.
It gives me cold chills.
It is such an amazing thing. Now, let's talk about next week, because next week is also...
All right, yeah.
All right, so which one do we want to start with? Because, again, early voting is underway. I love seeing, as I see it all the time, here's the stickers, because if you're partaking in this period, man, you're plugged in.
Yeah,
you care.
You're dialed in. Yeah,
you're dialed in, and you care, and I appreciate the amount of people that do so. And the politicians that are out there that are looking for your vote, that are trying to put the message out there and want to get out in front of you. It started last week. We have had, obviously, people that are running for Senate that have rolled through here. We have sitting congressmen that have come through. Next week gets even bigger, Tug.
Yeah, so friend of yours, guy that lives up in your neck of the wood, Greg Dolezal, he's going to be in studio 8 o'clock on Tuesday.
He's going to do, I believe, a half hour or so in studio with us, and we'll see where it goes. But with this news that came down, Greg Dole was always like, within 10 minutes, he's like, here's a video. This is what we need to do. We need a special session. We need to start redoing these maps. And that was very encouraging to hear him call out the rest of the Republican Party in Georgia saying, hey, we got to get on this.
Vernon Jones, who's running for Secretary of State, has reached out. It is, we're trying to narrow it to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Those were the dates that he threw out. Then Monday or Tuesday, touching base with the folks Burt Jones's campaign. So Monday or Tuesday, Burt Jones. He initially wanted to be in studio. The schedule didn't allow, so he's going to do a call in. But he said, "I want to get in studio," and he'll do that soon. So he'll be on the phone. But then the big one, the one that hasn't been in with us at all.
Everybody else we've had until now,
and he's committed an hour of his time.
And that's Rick Jackson.
That's exactly right.
So you want to hear from these people? You want to be able to send questions to us or ask things in particular? You know, our goal is to just ask the open-ended questions and let them explain how they view the state, the country, your locale moving forward.
So candidate for Secretary of State, candidate for Lieutenant Governor, and 2 gubernatorial candidates will join you next week. It's been the biggest roll call that we've had. All these guys been, with the exception of Rick, all these guys have been through over the last several months. But to have them all kind of ready to go in the same week is it was funny because it just kind of came out of nowhere when people were reaching out to you, reaching out to me, and they're like, "Hey, we want to get on. We want to get in front of your audience. We want to talk to your audience." I sat down yesterday for lunch with Dr. Rich McCormick's office. They want to get in. Obviously, we got the town hall coming up with them next month. So everybody understands the value of you, not Los and I.
No.
Please understand, we do not think that they want to come to talk to us.
No, they want to talk to you.
They want to talk to you.
We just happen to try to facilitate the conversation and to think, even in the last week, whether it's been Derek Dooley or Kelvin King or Chris Carr,
right.
All of them want to get out in front of you and tell you about what their plans are for the state and for the country. And so that's going to continue next week. It's going to be huge. Like I said, it's candidate week. We'll have a nice little bit of a chill Monday. We'll see what happens. And then the rest of the week is just going to be one after another.
Dude, I thought I nailed down where I was going with the governor's race. And I don't know that I know the answer anymore.
Well,
I got some thinking to do.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to you're having to jump from one foot to the other in this case because a Supreme Court ruling really changes the game of what you're talking about. Yeah. Now, we're always going to have the foundational issues of cost of living.
Sure.
Here's what's going on with inflation or gas prices. That's going to be across the board. But what's going to factor in there will be those voters that are plugged in, not the Norm and Normas. They'll get around to it. But like in this audience, you want to hear from your state representatives, and you're asking the question, hey, are y'all redistricting now or yesterday?
Yeah, there's a guy that
and by the way, as a governor, do you support this?
Absolutely. Where do you stand?
Yeah, this is huge now.
Without a doubt. There's a guy that I think might lead that charge. His name is Todd Jones in the State House. We may need to get him on because if this goes down, I bet Dolezal will be a counterpart to him in massaging all this out. I was just reading about him last night, and his name came up in a conversation with Dr. McCormick's office. And they're like, you may want to have this guy on because he's going to have a good pulse on what Georgia will do, how it looks, how it happens, when it happens. He would have all the details, along with Greg.
All right, package up that entire first segment, and I'm just going to put this last little bit on the end. We still got to get Fauci.
That's right. Well, look. I was watching old clips.
We'll see where that goes.
I was watching old clips about Fauci and when people think that he might have perjured himself. That was the video I was watching this morning.
Rand Paul's still on the scent.
Exactly right, dude. He's like a bloodhound, that dude.
Just wanted to make
specifically for him.
Just wanted to make sure we got in that other little buzzworthy factor into this show.
Without a doubt. It's a good time to live, isn't it? Good time to be alive. Good time to be an American. So much that is happening, and you're the 1%. The 1% that knows and cares about it. And we appreciate you being here on the Morning Extra. Friday Eve, as some like to call it. Thursday here in Atlanta, Georgia. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, it's always a good day for justice to prevail.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level, but golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
In a time when everything feels political, one place must rise above it all. The courtroom, where the law rules and integrity matters. In 2020, Georgians came together, electing a justice who believes in protecting our courts.
I'm Georgia Supreme Court Justice Sarah Warren, and here's what I believe. I believe in the rule of law, the separation of powers, and a judge's limited role to interpret the law as written. I believe in a nonpartisan judiciary, impartial judges who don't advocate for political positions or outcomes. I believe in deciding cases without bias or favor, treating everyone with dignity and respect. As a justice on your Supreme Court, I've upheld these values. With your support, we'll maintain the integrity of our courts.
Vote to re-elect Justice Sarah Warren. Vote early starting April 27th or on Election Day, May 19th. Paid for by Georgians for Justice Warren, Inc.
I know there are plenty of HVAC companies out there, but here's why Central Heating and Air Conditioning stands out. These days, it's hard to tell who's on first. Companies are changing hands, showing up with new names. You may not even realize it's not the same team anymore. But Central, they've never left the field. They've been your hometown team since 1947, and that kind of consistency matters, especially when you're trusting someone with your home. Central's team knows HVAC inside and out, delivering dependable service, personalized solutions, and showing up when it counts. No surprises, no switching jerseys, just the same trusted team Atlanta has relied on for generations. When it comes to HVAC, that's a grand slam. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Call 770-GET-HEAT or visit centralheat.com. That's 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
The the stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, April 30th, and here are your headlines. The Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 that Louisiana's congressional map creating a second majority black district was unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. The decision limits how states can use race when drawing congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms, and the ruling could impact congressional maps and trigger new legal battles across the country before the November elections. A former Atlanta Hawks executive has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison after prosecutors say he stole nearly $3.7 million from the organization. Lester Jones pleaded guilty to wire fraud after investigators say he used faked expense reports and company credit cards to fund luxury trips, jewelry, and personal expenses. And finally, relief efforts continue across South Georgia as wildfires continue to burn tens of thousands of acres in Brantley County and surrounding areas. The American Red Cross is helping displaced families with shelter and meals while firefighters continue to work to contain the blaze. Officials say the recent rain has helped crews make progress, but the fires remain active and dangerous. Today's weather is mostly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
This is Extra 106.3, 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. This is an exciting day for anybody who believes in justice, anybody that thinks that the United States of America is a place that needs to have principles, it needs to have a foundation of right and wrong and doing it and getting to it. There's a couple big things, including indictments for James Comey and for a partner, a senior advisor to Dr. Fauci, David Morenz. We can start with our boy Comey, because you and I both agree. Like, this is something that doesn't seem like it's much of anything. But look, Catherine Herridge disagrees. And I like her work. You know, she's an independent journalist, and we both like independent journalists a whole lot. She used to be with Fox and CBS, but does it on her own these days. She seems to think there's more there. You and I both think it's a little bit flimsy.
As soon as I saw the indictment, kind of got a chance to read through it. Like, yes, when you threaten the president, that is a very serious matter, especially when you are somebody who was formerly involved as the head of the FBI. That's not a joking matter. The problem ends up being, and this is where I said, I don't care that the case is flimsy. The goal is to bankrupt Comey. And that sounds like lawfare. Tough. He deserves it.
Yes, he does.
There is a long paper trail. In the same way that Dr. David Morenz, there's a long paper trail there. And I felt like most of these people were going to get off scot-free. All these people that ended up getting pardons from the Biden administration on the way out for crimes that they had never been accused of. And you went, well, why do you need a pardon?
Yeah.
And why do you need a pardon going back to the year 2014? And what did James Comey possibly... Again, it's one after another where you had the use of presidential power and an auto pen that seemed so flimsy. So the fact that you're going back at James Comey with in my opinion, a charge that I don't know how you make that thing stick, fine, bankrupt him.
She thinks, and I thought this was insightful because I was just reading about it during that Fox News update. She thinks the important part, which I hadn't really thought about, will be if they get to any sort of discovery, and then you start seeing the emails, being able to go through some emails that would lead any normal-minded person, any fair-minded person to go, hey, you know what? Some of this is more than just, hey, I just ran across this. I thought somebody had put their address in the sand and took a picture of it, which is, kind of what he said, essentially, which is nonsense. So I'm interested. I'm more interested than I was an hour ago. I was there with you, like, okay, let's just make it hard for him because he deserves everything that's coming his way. We know he is as low down as the gum on the bottom of your shoe that drives you crazy when you're walking through a hot parking lot. All of a sudden, if they ever get to that point, and that's a big if they ever get to that point, it could become more interesting.
Al Capone went away on tax evasion charges.
Exactly right, Los. Such a great point. It's exactly right. It doesn't have to be exactly the way it went down. Because
the man ran a criminal organization that was involved in murder and chaos and bootlegging, and it was tax evasion charges.
You don't mess with the IRS ever.
Listen, when the federal government gets involved in it's very similar. Now, nowhere near the power, but like one of the old adages in college football. Don't have the NCAA come sniffing around. They'll find something.
Right.
Because everybody's involved in dirt. So you just don't call down the thunder. Well, that man basically had gotten away from government scot-free. And yet he decides to post his 8647 and then play dumb about it.
Oh, yeah. I know. I know. Texts, emails, communication that could reveal intent. An unfiltered response to public backlash over his Instagram post. The one that he took down. This is the thing that stood out to me the most. All that stuff. This is the thing that stood out to me the most. He took down that Instagram post the same day, claiming he believed that 8647 was political speech, not associated with violence. So you took it down. As soon as the backlash came, you took it right down? Why would you do that if you thought that was somebody's address? Why wouldn't you just say, oh, that's just somebody's address? Why wouldn't you stick to your story?
I'm not an attorney.
Nor am I. This is all me guessing and speculating.
I try and at least read through some of this stuff and then do the research on the back end of it. I think it's very hard to take this case and turn it into actual prison time for somebody when it just on just the looks of it.
On the surface, agreed.
On the surface,
agreed.
That's where what are you going to find when there is discovery and if you start digging?
And can you imagine the fireworks? Because it's the exact same thing in the Dr. Moran's thing, right? It's all about that email. It's all about the email when he's indicted, dude 78, he's indicted for basically destroying emails so they couldn't be found in a Freedom of Information Act, and then made the terrible mistake of saying it in an email and saying, hey, I forwarded everything to our Gmail, so we have it all.
And I go and hand it directly to Anthony Fauci, and he's too smart for them to be able to figure out some of this stuff. Now, it does list co-conspirators. I've put it out on X, and I am going to hold you guys to this. If Peter Daszak, the president of EcoHealth Alliance, which is where the money from, and this is not a mystery. Those of us who have followed this story have known this for the longest time. When Barack Obama went about making gain-of-function research not happening in this country, made it like, listen, we're not doing this here. It's potentially dangerous. We should not do it in this country. Well, it got farmed out. And so the NIH filtered money through EcoHealth Alliance that found that money going over to Wuhan. And now, not only are we involved with the Chinese in funding gain-of-function research and the development of COVID-19, but at the same time, we also have given the blueprint to the big pharma companies to be like, and this is how we're going to fix it with these shots. This was all part of this huge program. And the minute this thing got out and it starts being traced back to Wuhan, that's when those emails with Fauci and Morenz and Peter Daszak all start flying around. And now what they ended up doing is getting a bunch of other scientists involved, and there's a retraction email. Because initially it's, hey, this looks like we got a problem here.
Yeah, that's right.
Then it turned into essentially, well, if you want to keep your funding, you're going to say it came out of a wet market.
And what did they do? Say it came out of a wet market. Of course, they didn't want to stop the money.
And then the media blitz started. It's out of a wet market. What is the Jon Stewart bit? Jon Stewart has still one of the most hilarious bits.
And he did it to Colbert, and Colbert's face is just empty.
This was
blank.
Like 4 years ago when you couldn't say this stuff. He was like, let me get this straight. You're telling me that this novel coronavirus came out of a wet market that just so happens to be down the street from a lab that does work on novel coronaviruses. He's like, that is like having an explosion of chocolatey goodness come out of Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And wonder where it came from.
Where did this come from? Did it come from a bat?
What is this? How could it? No. And to Jon Stewart's credit, man, there's plenty of times that he says some things that I don't agree with, and he's baffling. But what he does for our vets is good. And when he said that, I had a new level of respect for him, because nobody on his side would ever even consider, never even get close to the line.
I do wonder at this point, has that shattered the glass ceiling of that mindset on the left? Because remember, at one point you had seen Fauci on that side turned into a deity, and all the talk about the millions of people saved and what
he turned himself into a deity,
and he's a hero. I can't tell you how many times I was told, What do you mean you're going after Fauci? That man's a hero.
He had a picture of himself on the wall.
I was like, he's no hero.
No, it's definitely
I was like,
not.
the reason why there's this many millions of people dead worldwide was his funding. He had a hand in this. He had a hand in all of this. And hopefully this now starts going that direction.
I want to believe that it's going to happen. But call me cynical.
Yes.
Call me a bit cynical.
Always. I'm just glad we got this yesterday.
No, yeah.
This is good stuff.
Yeah, for sure it is. Absolutely. Is it encouraging? Yes. Am I cynical about people being held to account? You're dadgum right. No different than when, when people come in, politicians come in, they tell us what they're going to do. And I'm like, okay, how are you going to do that? Whether it's getting rid of the income tax, I love it. Sounds great. How are you going to do it? With getting these people and holding them to account, punishing them for what they've done or are alleged to have done, we never see it, dude. We've never seen it. Ever, ever, ever. It never happens. It never comes to fruition. So as much as I think this is great, give me some evidence that it'll actually happen.
Here's the ray of sunshine. Dr. David Morenz, they have him dead to rights.
Because of the emails.
Because
his
of what
own
he destroyed.
writing. Right. And they don't care about him, to be honest.
You destroyed federal documents. All right. That is prison. Now, is that a year, 2 years? You're 78 years old. You want to go do 5 years?
I bet they're threatening with many more than 1, 2, or 3.
So now here's the next question. If he's going to play ball and you have co-conspirators, which there are additional people on the emails, this is known. We've seen this. The question is, well, why did you destroy them?
Yeah.
And that's when the conspiracy starts.
Absolutely.
That's when the wheels of justice get turning. You've got the crack in the armor. You've got your way into the castle. Now, what kind of damage are you going to do?
Then I'm curious. I know what the leftist media is going to do. Like, I'm certain of that. I know what leftist politicians are going to do. I want to know what actual liberals think about this. We know what conservatives think. We know what we think. I would love to know, like, what liberal John thinks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, does he still look at Fauci as some sort of hero?
Absolutely. And do you finally see what we've been saying for years? And Los has taken the lead on this for sure. He had the Fauci clown nose T-shirt. Was that 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
5 years ago.
I want to know: do people on the other side finally go, okay, I was wrong about this?
When I would tell people on X, back when it was Twitter, when they would complain about aspects of COVID, and I would say, just wait till you find out who funded it, or hey, you paid for this, and that was initially no, we didn't. It's like, yeah, we did. We paid for all of it. This wouldn't have been possible without the money that came from the federal government, most notably the highest paid person within the federal government, Dr. Anthony Fauci. That is how the money ended up finding its way to China. That was how gain-of-function research, which again was made illegal. We're not doing this in this country by Barack Obama because of his worry of what if this thing ever got out? What if any of it ever got out? When anybody, you never say anything good about Democrats. I'm like, no, that was a good decision.
Yeah, it was great. Absolutely. And give credit where credit's due.
But the problem was, you still had people that had built a career on this that were unwilling to let it go. And let's also face it, the reason why you build these, the reason why you have gain-of-function research is so at some point you will have an enemy. You don't want to have to use a bomb. You're going to use a virus.
That's right. And you'll craft it to be against whatever their DNA, whatever their weakness in their DNA is.
There will be no destruction of infrastructure.
Exactly right. You just go and get the people you want to get rid of. The only thing I would back up on, credit to Barack Obama for saying it out loud, or I guess not technically out loud, saying we can't do it here. There's no doubt in my mind he knew they were doing it there. There's not a chance.
That's just speculation. I'm not going there.
Dude, there's not a chance.
Presidents are kept in the dark about all sorts of stuff.
Plausible deniability.
I don't even think it's plausible. There's so many things that we have that goes on in this country where the deep state, those that are, in this case, a CIA operation basically is how it's funded. They never want the president to know. And they don't have to tell him. You have black budgets for a reason. Simply put, it got pushed overseas to perhaps a more dangerous place.
Well, definitely that, because it actually did get out.
Because it got out.
That's right. Yeah. No. Say, I'm not quite there, and I think so many people knew what was going on. And maybe it's because I'm cynical. Like I said, with arresting people, holding them accountable. I don't believe the right thing happens more often than not. But maybe I'll be one day I'll stand corrected on that.
2024. This is October 17th. U.S. This is, by the way, in Science Magazine. U.S. halts funding for new risky virus studies, calls for voluntary moratorium. And this was during the Barack Obama administration, where this noted H1N1, this noted, mad cow disease, all these things that were out there during the time that we're always worried about. It would get the news and create all these stories. And so what did it do? It went underground and eventually ended up creating COVID-19. And whether Barack Obama knew about it or not, it still doesn't change the fact that Anthony Fauci did.
He
from the very start of the line all the way through it. And he's the one sitting with the pardon.
Yeah, because he needs it. Right?
That bastard. You want to talk about the pound of flesh. Like, if there was ever a time where we were like, all right, Nuremberg 2.0, here's when it's necessary. If there was such a thing that we ever still had public hangings, because that was the reason why they were done, to let you know, if there was the reason why there was a Nuremberg was to show the whole world we would never tolerate this. This is Nuremberg level stuff. Millions dead.
Because I'm not sure. Do you believe we'll ever get that pound of flesh? Do you truly believe it?
I believe a little more after yesterday.
Okay, good news.
But I didn't believe it all until yesterday.
I went from 0% to 2%.
I'm like at 10.
Okay.
I'm rising.
10, okay. All right.
I know one guy's going down.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We'll start there.
Yeah, absolutely. His is a lock. Now does he roll over? We'll see. Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3, 6 o'clock hour, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. Brandon Gill makes a vile doctor see the evil of their ways. Next on Xtra.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 30th. The Atlanta Braves walked it off last night as Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer in the ninth to lead the Braves to a 4-3 victory over the Detroit Tigers and another series win. They remain the only team in baseball who hasn't lost one as of yet. It's getaway day this afternoon as the Braves conclude their series and the homestand with the Tigers. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Framber Valdez. First pitch is set for 12:15. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are looking to stay alive tonight in the Eastern Conference playoffs as they have dropped the past 2 games in their series with the New York Knicks. Game 6 tonight is in Atlanta with the Knicks up 3-2. That tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
The arrival of spring has many looking forward to getting back outdoors. It also means more motorcycles back on Georgia's roads and highways. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds both riders and drivers to stay alert and aware of their surroundings. Drivers, look twice before turning, changing lanes, or entering the highway. Check to make sure the road is clear for all vehicles, including motorcycles. Look twice, save a life. Always share the road with motorcycles. Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
You've worked hard to build your investments, but are they positioned the right way from a tax perspective? Because it's not just what you make, it's what you keep. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Many investors don't realize that their portfolios may be creating unnecessary tax exposure. Capital gains, required minimum distributions, inefficient account placement can quietly reduce your returns, especially as you approach retirement. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we help clients evaluate whether their investments are structured in a tax-efficient way, looking beyond performance to understand how taxes impact income today and your legacy tomorrow. Are your assets in the right accounts? Are there opportunities to reduce further tax liability? Is your strategy aligned with your long-term retirement goals? Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 678-990-8500. Schedule a complimentary review. That's 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management, helping you keep more of what you've worked so hard to build.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy. the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra.
We just try and have the forum and ask the questions. When you send us information, emails, or anything else and say, hey, I want to know about this, I'm telling you, that goes to the front of the line of stuff we're going to ask about, because that is, let's face it, I have my own biases of stuff I want to hear about from politicians. I've got to have those go on the back burner and say, you know what, that may not be the most interesting aspect or what's going to make the decision on a vote for someone who's out there. And so when you give us that feedback, that goes to the front of the line on stuff we're going to talk about.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. You know, I've said many, many times, I think a lot of these hearings up on Capitol Hill are just wastes of your time, waste of my time, maybe waste of taxpayer dollars.
A lot of times it's an opportunity to get a microphone and to raise money.
That's exactly right. I have found the moment where it actually wasn't just that. And this was Brandon Gill. And Brandon Gill, I would imagine the people on the left despise Brandon Gill, Representative Brandon Gill, because he does things in a different manner. He holds people to account in a different way. He turns the mirror around on them.
Well, he went into an area that is, if you were to ever have like a church of liberalism, that church is going to have an area that's about abortion.
Absolutely right.
And the only situation when it comes to abortion that the left does not want you to know about is how it's done and what it looks like.
And it's ugly. He exposed an abortion doctor, the death cult doctor, about the forms of abortion. And let me tell you, when I listened to this and I watched this, I physically cringed. This dude calls it out. He said it's evil and barbaric. And the woman, I want you to listen to her responses, because she was so uncomfortable with good reason, but still supports everything that she does. Listen to the way Brandon Gill turns the mirror around on this abortion doctor.
You're an advocate for abortion, for abortion policy. What's your favorite type of abortion?
I am an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
Let me read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is when the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree? It does to me.
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk about the legality
I'm asking you, you're a pro-abortion advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am a access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't want to talk about abortion itself. Why is that?
I would prefer to talk about the reason that the committee called the hearing.
Is it because it's uncomfortable to talk about?
I would prefer
it should be uncomfortable.
I would prefer, if you would let me finish my statement, to talk about the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is what I was asked to come
what that access gets. How about this one? It's called dilation and evacuation. Forceps are inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the reason the hearing was called and the basis of my expert testimony.
It's uncomfortable to hear this, isn't it? It is. I think it is, because it's barbaric and evil.
And he goes on to give more examples, and he puts her on the defensive and just says, this is what you're talking about doing. Like, I know you want to just say, hey, we're reproductive health care. What does that look like? What does that reproductive, quote unquote, reproductive health care look like? And he laid it out, and she was so uncomfortable with it, just like you said, Los, so uncomfortable with it, she couldn't respond and wouldn't. She wouldn't respond.
Well, that is always the one area that they never want to go into. Abortion rights activists will often make it sound like, here's a pill and it's over with. It's not the case.
Right.
It's not how it goes. Right. But let's also face it, we've been very honest on this show about this. You have about 70 to 80% of the country that believes that abortion should be legal. And so it's on your community, now that we have Dobbs that has come down, for you to decide how it will be legal within your community and what will the laws be. It goes right back to the original ruling of Roe v. Wade that the state and the parent, the mother, do have input on what is going to happen there. But when it gets to actually talking about the methods, that's when that 80% starts to kind of move away from it, and that's the detriment that groups like Planned Parenthood worry about.
That's exactly right. That's the thing. If you don't know that that's what happens.
If you don't know.
If you're just like, oh, it's reproductive health, because that's the way they package it. It looks like a nice little package that you can just, oh, here it is, and we're done, just like you said with the pill. And it's not. It is evil. It is barbaric. And so if you want your community to reflect evil and barbarism, then you go with it. And if you don't, then you do something about it. It just can't be packaged up the way it has been for the last 40 or 50 years. You have to know exactly what's happening. And I'm so proud of Brandon Gill for making that woman so uncomfortable with what she does for a living.
And so when you look at what the extremes are, abortion on demand, that's gross. And that is out the door in most of these states. There's some where that does happen.
Yeah, sure.
I would not be interested in living in those communities.
Nowhere would
At the same time, the other extreme is no abortion under any circumstances. Mm-hmm. That's why you have a large amount of the country that sits in the middle. But that's what's always a concern, is when you explain the procedure and what it looks like and what it does and what it is, and then how Planned Parenthood has been linked to selling baby parts
for profit.
That's when that 70, 80% starts to dwindle down, and they worry about their funding. In fact, just in the last 48 hours, we had the story about the Biden administration, under the guise of sending money to help the Ukrainian war, we're actually diverting those funds to Planned Parenthood because they're having problems making money.
$90 million.
$90 million sent to Planned Parenthood illegally.
And they used code word Benghazi.
Yes.
So if you were doing a word search,
that's what you would find.
That's what you'd find. Benghazi, wasn't it?
You would think, oh, okay.
Yes, and you would
I guess we're helping Libya?
That's right.
Oh, okay, it's going overseas. No, it's not. No. It went to Planned Parenthood.
That's exactly right, man. Absolutely nutso. Good on Brandon Gill. Hey, and God have mercy on that woman's soul. That was part of the House Subcommittee on Limited Government. They had talked about the FACE Act, but that tweet has had 8 million plus views alone. I'm sure it's even more than that now.
Because it's brutal to listen to and watch.
Freaking brutal. It made me cringe. You didn't even hear all of it. You heard about half of it. If you want to go and find it, it's easily accessible. If you just do a search for Brandon Gill, you'll find it. But I remember when Democrats were like, abortion's it's safe and we need it to be rare. Safe and rare. That was their thing. And now it's like on demand without remorse, as you noted. I could just only imagine. And I've never been through it. I know some women who have, and I know those scars are real. And they act like it's nothing, man. It's a magic wand, and it's done and over with, and you go about your life.
They act like it's a pill.
And the scars and the pain that goes on with some of these ladies that my family knows is with them and probably will never go away. And that's the thing. It's not a pill. It's not a magic wand, and it should be rare. And it should be safe. I'm just proud of someone using their time on Capitol Hill to do something effective, because that was effective.
Well, again, he was doing it, and as I said, microphone and fundraise. And that's largely what that is as well. But it's also, hey, I've got the right person here to answer questions about this and to have it on the record. Then you explain which one of these methods is your preferred one.
So gross, dude. So gross. So gross. So much good news today that we'll be talking about a whole bunch of it.
I'm going to give you my theory.
You got a new theory?
Open up next hour.
Oh, my heavens.
I think it's about time, right?
It is, 100%. Los's theory, the leftist meltdown yesterday, it was must-see TV. I felt like we're back in the 90s on a Thursday or a Friday night. Was it must-see TV? Was that NBC?
Yeah, must-see TV was there, then you had TGIF that was on ABC.
That's exactly right.
Thank goodness it's Friday.
That's right. That's what yesterday was. We'll talk about it more next on Extra 106.3 Tug Los until 10.
You've been warned. If the Dems win the midterms, the border opens back up. Impeachment comes down, and you get more riots in the streets. Now's the time to hunker down and vote red. Count on Extra 106.3 to bring you the stories that matter from the most trusted voices in the country. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Babe, can you knock out my honey-do list today?
Oh, I know. I told you I'd get to it this weekend.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. I can't fix your marriage, but I can fix your house. With our handyman for a day service, we'll handle those drywall patches, that door that won't latch, the leaky faucet, and the wood rot all around your house. The whole punch list, done fast, done right. You keep your weekend, she gets the house done. Everybody wins. Book your handyman for a day at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
One of the hardest things to do is to walk away from a paycheck. As retirement planners, Masterplan knows how hard it can be to pull the trigger on your own retirement. Don't go it alone. Masterplan is a holistic retirement planning firm that works with you to create a retirement plan to help maximize your golden years. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life. Enter retirement with confidence. Contact Masterplan to analyze your retirement outlook and create a plan that's right for you. All initial consultations are complimentary, so contact us today and begin your pursuit towards peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Fox on Tech.
Governments continue their spying on Android devices. A new report warns of another one. Android devices may be susceptible to a new piece of spyware intended to be used, apparently, by governments. A digital rights watchdog group in Italy says a company in that country is behind a new piece of malware that poses as a phone updating tool on Android phones and tablets. According to the group, which is calling the malware Morpheus, it abuses the Android device's accessibility features, allowing the hackers to access the device and steal a wide range of data. The company in question makes no mention of this malware on their website, though it says they operate in more than 20 countries working with law enforcement. This instance is yet another reminder of the ongoing balance between digital crime detection or deterrence and the privacy rights of individuals in the digital space. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Fighting the communists with truth every day on the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app. The Morning Extra, every weekday morning from 6 to 10 on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3.
Iran remains defiant. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Its new supreme leader, believed injured in the U.S.-Israeli attacks that also killed the old leader, his father, just posted on X, a new chapter is dawning in the Strait of Hormuz. Mustafa Khamenei also wrote that America's military campaign and aggression is a shameful failure, adding Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. But President Trump insists.
At this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons.
President Trump has opted to extend the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports, calling the blockade, quote, genius and foolproof in crippling Iran's economy. But the president is also warning Iran that he is weighing another wave of military strikes, warning them to, quote, get smart soon.
Fox's Brian Yanis in Tel Aviv. And with shipping still affected in the Strait, oil prices have surged this week. Gas has been pumped up 8 more cents today. AAA's national average for regular $4.30 a gallon. A week ago, that price was $4.03. It's back to court today for the suspect in the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. Vice President Vance is praising Secret Service for stopping the man, telling Fox's Will Kane show.
I just feel very grateful to him and very grateful for what they do, and frankly, grateful to God that agent who was shot was not seriously hurt. It could have been a lot worse.
But House Oversight Committee lawmakers had more questions yesterday for the Secret Service director in private, with concerns about overall security at that hotel Saturday night. Late last night, the House approved the process that Republicans are using to fund immigration enforcement to get around Democrats who've held up funding demanding ICE reforms.
It's a 215 to 211 vote with no Democrats voting yes on a Senate resolution to fund immigration and border enforcement for the next 3 years. The vote's not on the funding itself. It allows congressional committees to start drafting legislation for it that could then be passed through the budget reconciliation process with no support needed from Democrats.
That's Fox's Chris Foster. America's listening to Fox.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250, micro, to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Let's go. It is Friday Eve, Thursday in Atlanta. The Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug and Los until 10. Can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here. It is you that is the focus of what we do and why we care so much, and why in the next week so many candidates are coming on to this radio program to speak to you. We have 2 gubernatorial candidates, a Secretary of State candidate, and a candidate for Lieutenant Governor, all want to come on the show next week to speak to you.
Everything was ramping up into early voting, and now that it's underway, just the way the schedule's worked out, Tug and I have been referring to it as Candidate Week because it's, as much as this is an opinionated driven show, when we have these people on, it's about asking them the questions and letting them tell you their opinions of what their plans would be so that they can perhaps earn or not earn your vote.
And they've been very forthcoming in the way that they describe what they're able to do here where they can't anywhere else. I'm able to do a long-form discussion and tell you in depth what I think about each issue, each policy decision, each thing that comes to me and comes to my desk. If I were in that position, how I would handle it. I don't think there's another place in Atlanta, Georgia, that they have that ability to sit here for 15 or 20 minutes and explain to you what it is they want to do. Everything's in sound bites, right? If it's so many other radio stations, it is 30 seconds with them. Here, you're getting 15 to 20 minutes. You actually get to hear what they really believe, not just what the soundbite says.
And so, to recap leading up, we had Chris Carr in studio. Kelvin King was on Friday. We had Derek Dooley that was in studio with us running for Senate earlier this week. Got a chance to talk with Barry Loudermilk, the sitting congressman, and at some point we'll also get into who, as he's retiring, who he is suggesting should move into that seat in Congress. And then to see the Burt Joneses of the world, the Rick Jacksons of the world that we're going to have in next week. Greg Dolezal will be in studio at 8 o'clock on Jones. Tuesday. And Vernon Jones, that's
the wild card.
It's a list. Yeah.
Dude,
yeah. He's got a reputation.
You want to talk about, look, I'm looking forward to all of them.
All of them.
They'll be great. Vernon Jones is the one I think I'm looking forward to the most because I don't know what he will say. I mean, it's a little bit of a Howard Stern kind of, people used to go to say, I don't know what Howard's going to say. I love him or I can't stand him. He had people listening in both of his, but it was always the same answer. I don't know what he's going to say.
So one of the funniest lines I remember from The Office, it's like years ago, when it was Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Discuss. Every other candidate would go, huh? I think Vernon Jones would jump into any one of those.
Just go.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. And have something. And have something to say. Look, I would be like most candidates. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean? What Bears?
Vernon would find a way. I do believe that about him.
Who likes beets?
Yeah. They're real gross. What's that?
Beets are gross.
Beets are gross. I think I've had them one time. They taste very earthy. Isn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Whenever my mom would make like chicken and noodles, she would always eat beets with it.
Yeah,
Poor kid. He grew up.
Yeah. No. That is one of my favorite meals.
Okay. It sounds like he came up the hard
you
way.
put a little mashed potatoes on the bottom.
Still sounds like the hard way, but there was love in that house.
Nah,
right.
That is top tier food right
and if he didn't eat it, he could just beat. He got beat
you with
for not eating the beets.
Get beets thrown at
They just grab it and hit you with it.
That's right. I'll hit you with this beet. You better eat your beets.
Leftover beets.
That's right. So they're so fun next week. But I think I'm looking. Who are you looking for? I'm curious who you are looking most forward to hearing from. Rick Jackson's not been on the show. We've been talking about it forever. We've been working through it forever. And Los and I there was a couple times when we had doubts that he was going to come on.
That was a curiosity factor because Rick Jackson, with the amount of money that he has brought to the table in this campaign,
spending on this station,
he is making it a point to use media and buying that media time to tell you about what he's about, what he plans on doing, and to cultivate that message. But we always want to have that time where it's live. And let's see what you say to a particular question. And that's where I wasn't sure because, again, he was letting the money speak.
Absolutely right.
The fact that he's comfortable enough now, he's been on the trail long enough that he's ready for long-form live interview. I'm like, good for you. That's what I'd love to get into.
I was invited, and I talked about this, invited to a house in downtown Alpharetta, not far from where I live, and this was a month and a half ago maybe. And it was Rick speaking with a bunch of realtors and a bunch of lenders and just, potential voters, probably about 50 to 60 or 70 people. And I was invited by a friend. He had no idea I was going to be there. I wasn't on their list or anything. Just invited by a friend who was invited, who was a realtor in town. And I went, and I even told Los this after it was over. I was like, wow, his message is powerful. And that may be why his polling numbers look really, really good in the state of Georgia because all the money that he's spending is effective because his story and his message is good. Because Kamala Harris spent a grip of money,
$2 billion,
and got nowhere.
And people said, "I like her less now."
That's right. Rick is very different. I told Los in the first hour, I thought I knew where I was going with my vote for governor. I don't know where I'm going with my vote for governor now.
It's one thing to be in front of 20 people, 50 people, and you say the wrong thing. It's another thing when you have an audience of 100,000 that get exposed to what you put out there, and that's where I want to see, because the criticism is always going to be that you're new to politics.
Mm-hmm. Outsider, maybe.
Can you talk the conservative game? That's what I want to get down to because so much of the time, we have establishment Republicans that come through. At the same time, we have people that are far more conservative, and their answers to questions are sometimes a little bit different. And at the same time, we have some people that will answer us in a very honest fashion where they'll flat out tell us, we can't do anything about that, and here's the reason why. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate the honesty. Even though as somebody who's conservative or as an aggressive nationalist, I'm like, let's do it this way. And when it gets explained to me, here's why we can't. I'm like, okay, got my answer.
Absolutely right. I think we have some good candidates running for governor. Burt Jones, who's coming on too, he's one of the ones that's coming on next week. Rick Jackson's, Chris Carr, whom I think is a terrific guy.
Brad came through and answered questions
absolutely.
for a while.
Hey,
Brad Raffensperger.
Give him credit.
Yeah, give him credit. I mean,
for that.
He's looking to make up ground, and this audience, just as you and I, as we said, we were going to be respectful, but we have our issues with what's going on in the past.
Absolutely.
But the floor was open.
Yeah,
tell our audience. Yeah, I give him credit for showing up.
First thing we asked him out of the gate, should Trump been arrested? And he said no, and he went through all the reasons why. Look, I wish he would have said that then. You know, I wish there had been more of that.
But that's what you get when you get a chance to get to talk to these people.
100%. All right, so that's next week, Candidate Week. Bryce has put up a poll. Xtra 1063 is the handle on X, and it is Candidate Week on the Morning Xtra. Who are you most looking forward to hearing from? And it is a little poll that he's got set up there of the 4 people that we have confirmed: Vernon Jones, Rick Jackson, Greg Dolezal, or Burt Jones. So go there, share it, retweet it, and I'm just curious about it. So I think that'll be interesting to see who, because if I'm you know what, I'm gonna vote now.
Well, don't tell anybody.
Don't tell them who I voted for.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's between you and the poll.
He already gave his vote.
Yeah, I kind of did, and I did the exact same thing. So yes,
it doesn't mean you could have hit something different.
I guess you're right. You're
you could be like the John Fetterman of the show. You say one thing, you vote another way.
Perfect. That's a great example. That dude's about to get kicked out of his party, and he votes with them 90+% of the time. We'll get to some of that in a little bit.
It's a 24-hour poll, so overnight there's going to be an influx of.
Okay,
well, good. Then we can again promo this again on Friday.
Absolutely right.
Well, I'm just saying there's going to be a water main break.
There's going to be a what?
There's going to be a water main break, so there's going to be like.
Oh yes, well done, Bryce. Somebody better get a work order. We have to slow this thing down here.
Apparently, you don't need a work order. There was never one down. There was never one down at State Farm.
What a story.
Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
Democracy?
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of
just Chuck Schumer. Democracy? Question mark.
Question mark.
Huh? Well, look, that was kind of what was going on at MS Now yesterday.
What a day yesterday,
dude! It was a gold star day if I've ever lived one. Watching the left meltdown. There are so many examples from MS Now when the ruling came down from the Supreme Court of people just losing their minds. Here, we'll play the first one. We'll play Leah Littman. Just a little bit of her, just to kind of give you a flavor.
Right, and as I mentioned, I want to bring in Leah Littman for this. The current maps that are now being thrown out were drawn after courts had ruled that the previous map didn't adequately represent the population there and was in violation of the Voting Rights Act. So what is the Supreme Court suggesting is the proper remedy? Leah,
Sorry,
can you hear me?
Is that for me or for Leah? Is that for me or for Leah?
It's for Leah.
What the Supreme Court is saying is that the Voting Rights Act actually did not require the state of Louisiana to draw an additional majority-minority district. So instead of striking down what remains of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, and its protections for multiracial democracy and districting, the Supreme Court has adopted an exceptionally narrow and cramped reading of Section 2, one that will essentially almost never require states to draw additional majority-minority districts. What the court effectively said is, so long as the plaintiffs who are challenging these maps that states draw can't identify an alternative map that would both provide an additional majority-minority district and retain the same partisan composition as the state's initial map, then the state often isn't going to be
she has no idea which way to go. She is so upset.
Let me make this very clear for our audience. The Voting Rights Act is alive and well.
Of course it is.
What the court essentially found is very similar to what happened with affirmative action. Affirmative action has gone away at the collegiate level because it was being used against minority students. And universities were basically looking over people of merit so that they could check boxes to bring in certain students. And it was the Asian students at Harvard that had a problem with it. And they won. Affirmative action went out the window. In this case, the issue was, as she says, a majority minority.
All right, yeah.
You can no longer draw districts according to race. In the same way that if I was to, and I've talked about this and was going to bring this up more on the show, if I was to say I'm working for an airline, but listen, I need white pilots. I can't do that. In the same way that if I was a doctor and I was like, I want Asian nurses.
Sure.
Can't do that. What the Democrats have done for the better part of 50 or 60 years is draw districts strictly based on race and then pander to those districts. And in theory, and here's what I was going to share with the class for today. Do you ever wonder why those particular districts typically are socioeconomically depressed with schools that don't do well? It's so you have a harder time getting out of them. It's securing power. It's a different version of the plantation, is what it is. So when you say, well, why don't we have school choice in this area? Look, we have a failing area. This is not going well. None of these kids can get the education. No. They make sure that your schools don't improve. And then when you wonder, hey, Trump brought in these opportunity zones. Why don't we allow them in here? Well, because you might grow yourself out of poverty, and you'll no longer be listening to those people that are pandering to you to make sure they stay in power and they keep the money flowing.
And the Democrats, who do they always rely on? They always say, we're going to make it better. Give us the power. We're going to pump money in, more money than it's ever been pumped in there before. We already spend crazy amounts on education, but we're going to spend even more. And yet, those schools that Los is talking about never improve. Nothing ever gets better. But they continue to promise you that everything's going to get better. You just rely on the government. Don't rely on yourself. Rely on the government. We're going to help you. Vote for us.
So in Atlanta, because we have such a large and strong African-American population, there are plenty of middle-class neighborhoods that are black families. What the issue is they're not included when we draw into these maps. What they try to find is economically depressed areas. Now, what I'm pointing out is that when you start drawing maps that are more indicative of communities that aren't based on race, well, then everyone gets the benefit of, hey, that particular neighborhood that has a lot of middle-class black families and they happen to share the district with maybe some, let's say, Hispanic community that isn't doing well in terms of their socioeconomic stance and their schooling. Well, now you're trying to prove it for everybody.
That's right.
You're not pandering to one group any longer.
That's exactly right. And because you could there's plenty of poor white neighborhoods all over the state. I grew up in Northwest Georgia and saw plenty of them. And that's the thing. If it improves, for one, rising tides raise all ships, that's exactly what blowing this up is going to do, because they're going to have to. They don't get to pander to you anymore. They have to say, we're going to improve it for everyone.
And let's also point out the elephant in the room. Everything is about power on each side. But power derived from keeping people stuck in a place. And as we're pointing out, gerrymandering according to race. That's gross. And not only is it now illegal, it's unconstitutional. And that is why the Democrats are losing their mind yesterday and into this morning, because you might have delivered the House without even having to be concerned about it. If we're talking anywhere from 8, 12 to 20 seats, and you don't even have the redistricting that's now being talked about and perhaps sued over in states like Pennsylvania, where they created majority minority districts, which is now illegal and unconstitutional.
Absolutely, as it should be. We know things shouldn't be based on race. It should be based on values. It should be based on community. It should be based on people that live in a group, in an area. And instead, those maps that were blotched, because we talked yesterday, you and I were talking on the phone, how Georgia has the blotched map, right?
Yes.
Big blue in Atlanta, got a little bit in Augusta, got some in Columbus, got some in Chatham County, down in Savannah. That stuff's going away. It is actually going to represent the people that live in a particular group, that share values. And that's the most important thing. If there's anything that comes out of this, that people that share values will be able to be grouped together instead of grouping people by race, which doesn't matter at all.
Nor should it. In fact, that was always the vision for the country. What was delivered in a 6-3 ruling was that we have progressed to the point where this should not be a factor in how we're drawing lines. We shouldn't be dividing people according to race. In a lot of cases, socioeconomic background. Hey, look, this is a real depressed area. Let's make sure we give them a congressman. It's like, just so you can keep them there and make sure you have power there?
When you say that out loud, it sounds so filthy.
So you can keep them there.
It's awful, dude.
Rather than creating a district in which everyone is trying to do well. And so rather than being stuck in a failing school, no. Like, your representative has to deliver for everybody now.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, when we tell you it's all going to be all right, it really is going to be all right, Virginia. Next on Extra.
You've been warned. If the Dems win the midterms, the border opens back up. Impeachment comes down, and you get more riots in the streets. Now's the time to hunker down and vote red. Count on Extra 106.3 to bring you the stories that matter from the most trusted voices in the country. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Front Office Los with Tom, the honest car guy. Let's talk about the new way to buy a car in 2026. Tell me how you can save clients thousands of dollars in this process.
I got a customer here, Jeff Everhart. I met him today first time because I delivered his 25 model Honda Pilot, fully loaded with only 16,000 miles on it. Jeff, answer Los's question about that one.
It was actually shocking. I mean, you hear the advertisements, you want to believe it, and then when you go through with the sale, and there's no extras, there's no dock fees, there's no storage fees, no transportation fees. The price I was given was the price that I paid plus their honest fee. I did save thousands of dollars, and it was a very quick sale.
Well, we appreciate that. And
did it from my living room.
Did it from your living room.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. So when we go through days or weeks of volatility in the market, Sean, it's hard to know what to do. What can you tell us?
The biggest thing is don't panic or make immediate decisions with your money. Take those emotional concerns out of the middle of it. Look, markets cycle regularly. Market corrections and bear markets are a normal part of the cycle. They're just part of the plan that are going to be accounted for. If you feel nervous when you read the headlines about big drops in the market, you might not know enough about how your money is positioned. That's why it's important to get the right guidance on a financial plan for your retirement.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
All right, so now's the time to start, folks. Looking ahead and identifying if you have too much risk in your portfolio. That's the first thing. We have a helpful little resource for our listeners today. We call it the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get it today by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement, plus guides on major topics like investments, Social Security, income planning, taxes, and so forth of the key components of retirement. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer and get your Retire Happy Framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework to you right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
I'm Patrick Brown, former Army Ranger in the United States Army. Like many service members, I had to make difficult choices when leaving the military. And the most challenging thing was finding purpose in a new phase of life. Housing, employment, education. Way too many decisions and no idea where to start. That was until I met the Warrior Alliance. They made it simple. They listened and quickly connected me to the services I needed. And like a trusted friend, they even followed up to make sure I was squared away. Change a veteran's life today by donating at thewarrioralliance.org, helping warriors navigate to success after service.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, April 30th, and here are your headlines. The Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 that Louisiana's congressional map creating a second majority black district was unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. The decision limits how states can use race when drawing congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms, and the ruling could impact congressional maps and trigger new legal battles across the country before the November elections. A former Atlanta Hawks executive has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison after prosecutors say he stole nearly $3.7 million from the organization. Lester Jones pleaded guilty to wire fraud after investigators say he used faked expense reports and company credit cards to fund luxury trips, jewelry, and personal expenses. And finally, relief efforts continue across South Georgia as wildfires continue to burn tens of thousands of acres in Brantley County and surrounding areas. The American Red Cross is helping displaced families with shelter and meals while firefighters continue to work to contain the blaze. Officials say the recent rain has helped crews make progress, but the fires remain active and dangerous. Today's weather is mostly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Georgia Swarm. They're moving on to the semifinal match versus Halifax, the Thunderbirds. That'll be Saturday night, 7:30. And that's right. And we want to pack the house. So we've teamed up with a Swarm to bring you a great offer. 4 lower bowl tickets just for $68. That's $17 a person. Some of the best seats in the house. You can get them on our sister station's website, 680thefan.com/swarm, and then go out and cheer for the Georgia Swarm in the semifinals. Saturday night, Gas South Arena. So much fun. I love going to Swarm games.
They are fun.
Let me tell you who loves them even more than I do. Maybe more than anybody that I know. My mama.
Oh, she loves Swarm matches?
Dude, we took her one time, and my mama doesn't know a football from a baseball bat. And I'm not kidding.
Son, why do they have sticks?
Yes, exactly. She has no idea about the game. But they play music during the entirety of it.
It's loud.
And
it's
then
fun.
she was starting to kind of pick up on a little bit of the strategy, and she was like, she's asked me, and I'm the worst son in the history of the world, because she asked me all last season, hey, can we go back to another Swarm game? And we just couldn't figure out a time to make it. She's asked me again this year. We've still not figured out a time.
Oh, man.
So, worst son of all time. Mama finally finds a sport that she likes, and son has failed to take her back to the game that she enjoyed so much.
Is there a woman's version of Cats in the Cradle?
I don't know, but there should be. Yeah. I mean, maybe we can get
My boy was just like me.
Yeah, no, he was worse than me.
Oh,
because Mama never let me down. I'm letting her down.
Oh, man.
No, it's the truth.
Sorry, Mama.
Dude, it's the truth. I feel like such a jerk, and anytime it comes up, I always throw myself under the bus, hoping that I'll do better.
Well, now's the time. Take her to go see the Swarm.
See if we can take her Saturday, see what she's got going on. But it is so much fun. She's like, boy, I really like that. They play all that music and they're throwing that ball around. It's just so good. And then, the announcer, because they got that. I don't know if he's still the goalie, but his last name is Pooler. And when he makes the save, he's like, Pooler, And she's like, I like when they say that real loud like that. She's so funny. And like I said, knows nothing about sports. So it's really funny when she gets into it, because she's never been into any sports ever.
Look, it's not like she's asking you to go to a World Cup match.
I know.
Like $600 to get in the door.
Seriously, $17 a person.
$17, come on.
Yeah, I failure right here. I've been a failure, and I need to do better. The one thing that we don't do on this show a lot is just take a complete swing and a miss. Right? We don't. I don't feel like we fail a lot. Look, maybe you feel differently. 404-741-1230, or at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms if you want to dispute that.
Tell us about your first and second marriage. 404-741-1230.
I wasn't going down that path. I wasn't going that direction.
Whatever you want to get into.
Yeah, absolutely. We're open to anything.
Listen, the couch is open. We've had a great 24, 48 hours.
We have. Win.
Lots of wins across the board. So if you want to lament about anything, we're here for you.
But we had told people last Friday, it's okay. It's going to be okay. I know it doesn't look like it's okay right now. And mainstream media is running with it like it was going to be a victory lap in Virginia, and it wasn't. And it still isn't.
So I can only tell you that from watching MS Now, and we watch it so you don't have to, there has been zero discussion of what has gone on in Virginia. There is zero discussion as of now, as we're an hour and a half into the show, about the Supreme Court ruling yesterday. None of it. Won't even touch it. Because I think they know, just as we have pointed out, if there's something that's depressing to that audience, it would be that. Now, the reason why I said don't worry about Virginia, so we have a Supreme Court ruling that's coming down, but also watch what Florida does. And by God, Florida
came through again.
It was not even 24 hours. Florida called a special session. And first off, I think the initial vote in their house was like 83-8. Something silly. It was like 83-18. And went, okay, well, now it heads on over to the Florida Senate. And in my mind, because I'm used to how politics works, I'm thinking, well, I guess we'll see about next week.
Yeah, months, maybe even.
No. A couple hours later, it's in the Florida Senate. 21-17.
It's amazing what you can get done when you want to get things done.
Ron DeSantis will have this on his desk by this morning. In fact, I'm waiting to see when's the signing ceremony.
Right. Absolutely.
They're going to redraw the districts this quickly in order to be compliant with federal law, which I just love continuing to say.
That's right.
In order to be constitutional and legal, this is what they're doing. But now this falls on the rest of the southern states. Like Alabama's choosing not to, but Alabama's blood red. They don't have any reason to redraw.
It's like the blue states trying to say that they're going to redraw. What are you going to do? What, you going to make it more blue?
How are you going to pull that one off?
It's already redistricted and gerrymandered to no end in those blue states.
And that's the problem that California and other places have.
New York, New Jersey.
Many of them where they have drawn it is according to race. Pennsylvania has 2 districts that have been drawn, even pointed out, for a majority minority. Those are illegal now. And so what's going to happen in Tennessee? We will see. When it comes to Louisiana, their governor has already asked to freeze their initial elections that are coming up because they want to redistrict as well. That looks like that's coming down pretty quickly. The southern states are going to step up and basically redraw according to what the votes are. And in the case of Florida has 4 Democrat seats that are going to go away that Trump in those areas, those districts, he won by at least 10 points. It's more representative of what is going on in the country in those. And so that's why the left is just so bummed out. I told you, don't worry about Florida. Hey, the rest of the South is going to step up and take care of Virginia.
And it's funny, Virginia is even in a holding pattern with their map, right? Because the courts rejected their request to go ahead and implement the map while they're waiting on the Supreme Court decision to say if the map was legal to begin with, moving from, 6-5 Democrat to Republican to 10-1. And the courts were like, you can't implement it. We've got to wait because this is so outrageous.
And with the decision that has come down from the Supreme Court, I think that puts even more pressure on the Virginia Supreme Court. If they considered it unconstitutional by the Virginia state constitution, if you're drawing your districts according to race, then you're in violation of federal law. I think that thing's going down. And the more you see, and this is how you know it's hurting, when Barack Obama comes out of the shadows, when Hakeem Jeffries is lamenting, when a bunch of people on the left are either not speaking or they're just calling it, they've ruined our voting. No.
Did they?
They took out your redistricting nonsense that you've had going on for decades, while also, and we're seeing this as well, thank you to the federal raid in Minneapolis, your fundraising is drying up. Politics costs money. And now we're talking about cleaning up elections. We actually had an investigative reporter here with 11 Alive that actually published a story showing here's what is on the voter rolls here in the state of Georgia. It's like, good. All of this is a multi-pronged attack. All right? Hitler's in the fear bunker right now because the Russians and the Americans are coming in, and he doesn't know what to do.
What was this dog's name? Daisy or something like that?
Something along those lines.
Man, Daisy already got the peel.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Yeah, Ava Braun is like, do we want to? You first.
Yeah.
What about that's what the left is looking at right now.
I'm just
since they're so good about making Hitler references, I figured I'd just throw one right
might as well. It's like Trump trolling the other day with the Kings.
Yes.
It's the same thing. But you bring up Barack Obama. And that's the one that jumps out to me the most, is because he was telling you how important it was for Virginia to be doing what they were doing, and how it was such a good thing. And then now he's not a fan of redistricting. All of a sudden he's changed. He's jumped from his left foot to his right foot, or vice versa, right to his left, because it's not going his way, and he sees the power base shrinking. He sees the ability to fundraise shrinking. He sees the ability to keep people in a place where they're not going to be able to move upwardly, and in America, not be able to have the chance or the opportunity. This changes all of that for so many people.
Barack Obama, former president, brilliant guy, great orator. If I saw this coming, how didn't you? Because I was telling you last week. Now, as the Oracle of Atlanta, yes, every now and then I get a bad reading. But this wasn't hard to see coming based on what this court has been doing. And so to see him go from gloating over Virginia to now suddenly, what are that's gonna, you can't do that? Okay.
All right.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Actually, you can. And actually, it's in accordance with now the law. The Constitution.
We're now to a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity is gone, inclusion is gone, racial tolerance is gone, Voting Right Act is largely gone. That's Hakeem Jeffries delivering a message yesterday after the Supreme Court the ruling came down, and he sees his ability to be the House Majority Leader gone as well. And he even said something at the end of when he was doing that little press conference where he was talking about how America is a good place, and we've got to do better and all this. I have the exact verbiage in front of me, but essentially, for him to say America, anything good about America, was incredibly surprising to me. I thought for sure he would go the other direction. See, this place is awful. This place is terrible. The normal Democrat language,
the normal response,
and he didn't. So that means something that they realize something has to change.
Can I steal your Lisa Rubin cut?
Yeah, for sure.
Lisa Rubin 01. And here is, because I saw the audio and I was rubbing my hands together because I think it takes us down a certain path. This is Lisa Rubin. This is MS Now. This is her initial reaction and what she was trying to stir up as far as what this ruling was going to mean.
As far as the implications go on this, the Voting Rights Act we know is important here, and the population in Louisiana is about a third black. So will their voices and their votes be heard? I think that's the big question people are asking, given the map was drawn in response to a previous ruling that they needed to have more representation, this population.
Yes, and what the court is holding here, Anna, is that this was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. So you have to ask, are the lines going to be drawn in a way that disperses the votes of African Americans in the state of Louisiana such that their voices will not be heard in the way that we have traditionally understood the Voting Rights Act to support? That's a legitimate question on the table now, how the state is going to redraw these maps in a way that both complies with the Voting Rights Act but also comports with this court's decision today, an unambiguous decision where you have all 6 of the court's conservatives in the majority, and you have 3 of the court's liberals in dissent. I have yet to read the dissent. We've got 92 pages of decisions here, but this is one that we expected could have large reverberations across the country. And I just want to situate this in the context of some of these larger redistricting fights that are happening across the country. We are seeing a number of states try to redistrict for political reasons, to gain a political advantage. And while we see whether or not, for example, the Virginia maps are going to hold or whether Florida is going to redistrict, this adds a whole new variable into those House maps for the 2026 election. Are states going to now reconsider some of their maps in light of today's decision in ways that could even further throw the balance of power of the House of Representatives into disarray?
So she started off going down the road that I thought she was going to. You're going to disenfranchise the African American vote. Let me tell you about the state of Louisiana. It is 33% black. All right? You were drawing a crazy Z pattern in order to try and create a district that would, let's say, be 75%. If you have regular districts, you're going to have a cross-section representation of what Louisiana is, which is multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial. That should be the goal. One of the people that I bring up with this is Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett, when her district went away and it changed, it wasn't that they suddenly, she lost power, but that was Oak Cliff and sunny South Dallas. You know why we call it sunny South Dallas?
I'm not familiar.
Because it's pretty crappy. But we call it sunny South Dallas.
You put a nice little spin on the name because it sucks down there.
Well, now that district is also represented by the people of Plano, Texas, which is north of Dallas, which is a pretty nice area of suburban Dallas. The idea being it's that if the people of Plano, whatever they want in terms of representation, the people of South Dallas will also benefit from it.
Yep.
And that's the idea of all of this. That's the reason why you had the Supreme Court saying we should not have racial division lines, because now that actually makes it easier for the politicians to keep you in those areas and not have a benefit for
getting
the
rid of the
cross-section
incentive
of people.
Of keeping you there.
Because the people in the people of Plano, if there's a representative who is not representing both areas, they're not going to dole out the money.
Right. And they won't get elected.
And
they'll get reelected.
sunny South Dallas gets a benefit from that.
When we come back on Xtra 106.3, Planned Parenthood got paid by Biden with your money. Next on the Morning Extra on Xtra 106.3, Tug and Los until 10. If you're on X this morning, we got a poll because next week is candidate week here on the Morning Extra. Which candidate are you most excited to hear from? Vernon Jones, Rick Jackson, Burt Jones, or Greg Dolezal. Those are the ones that are scheduled so far next week. Love to hear your feedback, or you can hit us at 404-741-1230.
Xtra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 30th. The Atlanta Braves walked it off last night as Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer in the ninth to lead the Braves to a 4-3 victory over the Detroit Tigers and another series win. They remain the only team in baseball who hasn't lost one as of yet. It's getaway day this afternoon as the Braves conclude their series and the homestand with the Tigers. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Framber Valdez. First pitch is set for 12:15. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are looking to stay alive tonight in the Eastern Conference playoffs as they have dropped the past two games in their series with the New York Knicks. Game 6 tonight is in Atlanta with the Knicks up 3-2. That tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Too many motorists and workers are senselessly injured or killed in roadway work zones. Crashes and fatalities have spiked in Georgia due to speeding and distracted or impaired driving. The Georgia DOT is reminding you during Work Zone Safety Awareness Week of the importance of practicing safe driving. Ignore your phone and other distractions and pay attention to the road. Work zones are a sign to slow down. Let's all get where we're going safely. Sponsored by the Georgia DOT.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Quick question. Are your tires ready for spring rain? If your tread is worn, traction drops fast on wet roads and stopping distance can increase when you need it most. Right now at Marietta Toyota, they can take care of you because it's the Toyota Tire Savings Event. Buy 3 tires and get the 4th for just $1. Get the right tires for your Toyota, installed by factory-trained technicians with road hazard coverage included on eligible tires. Toyota Tire Price Match is available, plus top brands and additional rebates that may be available. Voted Best of Cobb, Best New Car Dealership, Best Dealership Service Center for 2026. You can trust the work. Offer ends April 30th. We're right where we've always been, Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Restrictions apply. Valid on participating brands. 4th tire of equal or lesser value.
Offer ends April 30th, 2026. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is that Rick Jackson spot.
Too often, criminal illegals commit sick, violent crimes. Do that when I'm governor, and you'll end up deported or departed.
Dang. I know, right?
What do you have, sugar? I'll take the meatloaf and Rick Jackson for governor.
He's something, ain't he?
He's tough.
Yeah, no tolerance for criminal illegals, no DEI.
No covering up for do-nothing career politicians either.
You know, Jackson came from nothing and built one of the biggest businesses in Georgia.
Now he wants to cut the income tax in half and freeze property taxes.
Yeah, but not for deadbeats.
Listen, I love this part.
No more free rides for people who refuse to work. You want to sit on your butt, binge watch Netflix, and scarf down Cheetos? Do it with your own money.
Be still my heart.
Bingo.
Amen to that.
Rick Jackson for Georgia, not a career politician. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Extra.
To the left of Kennesaw on a map, if that helps.
To the left of Kennesaw, okay. Would that be west of Kennesaw, you're trying to tell me?
This way I'm pointing.
Okay, this way that I'm
I
pointing.
guess east and west is very difficult for people these days. It's to the left of Kennesaw.
Have you ever...
You mean to the west?
Yeah. Have you ever looked at a map before? God, man. It's to the left of Kennesaw.
Can't tell you how many times I've said that to my wife. Just go south on 400, exit, and head east. And she's like, what do you mean?
Exactly. Tell her to turn right next time.
That's right. And then she'll know exactly.
No, that would not be to the right when you're heading south.
Yeah. Fine, just let it go. I don't want to embarrass him anymore, man. It's not time to pile on the child. You know? Sorry, man. You'll get it. You'll get it. You'll get it. It's fine. Go home, talk to your daddy.
I turned right like you said. No, you didn't.
But yeah, go home and tell your daddy you don't know how to read that. And then tell me you don't know how to change a tire. And he's going to feel like the biggest disappointment ever.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Poor Bryce is taking beating.
I don't know why I found go home and tell your daddy. I don't know why that cracked you up so much, but that just go home and tell your daddy.
You don't have to read a map or change a tire. That's right. That's laugh out loud.
It got me, man. I
love it. I love it.
It's like the meanest Tug can possibly be. Go home and tell your daddy.
Have you done that? Have they said that's the thing? Have you gone to talk to him about some of these? What?
They haven't heard it
Well,
yet.
we need to send it to them in a text or an email or whatever they most frequent. Their most frequent.
I just like how it starts off as a promo of me joking about my wife and her ability to ascertain and figure out directions, and somehow poor Bryce just catches one.
Well, I mean,
because he's like, what did he tell us?
He's left to Kennesaw.
The left of we were heading out to that Brookstone Country Club, and Bryce told us it would be to the left of Kennesaw. Like, do you mean the west?
Great directions.
I know, yeah.
He was accurate. I mean, I drove right past Kennesaw.
Yeah. No,
I continued right past it.
No, what you said, it's just the delivery was unusual, unorthodox. It wasn't what I expected to hear. You know,
I thought the red barn with that broken down tree.
Yeah, well, look, that's Northwest Georgia. That actually would have made sense to me. Gotcha. I know exactly what you mean. I just never heard anybody say left of Kennesaw instead of west of Kennesaw. You know, I just never, it's first time, that's all. I don't think less of you.
Lefts and rights are easier.
Yeah.
I mean, never eat soggy waffles, the north, east, southwest. That's how I always remember it. But left and right.
Never eat soggy waffles. I don't think I've ever heard that.
You've never heard that?
No.
Oh, that's how I was taught to remember it.
Have you ever heard that, Logan?
I haven't, but that works.
No, of course
it works, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was taught.
Okay, all right. I just thought it would be easy enough just to go north, south, east, west. You know, I mean, that's what I thought.
Just going to let you know, there were people that thought that Van Gogh was a weirdo. And
that's
that
right.
man was a genius.
He was absolutely
He saw the world differently.
He did.
Vincent Van Gogh saw the world differently. That's fine if Bryce does.
Yeah.
Call me an artist?
Well, calling you as special as Van Gogh.
I'm just pointing out that genius is often mistaken for insanity.
Dude, well, what was it, Albert Einstein? When he was very young.
That was a patent clerk that they're like, what is he into?
Yeah, I don't know about this
is
fella.
different.
I don't know about this fella.
This Bryce guy likes disco and gives map directions in left and right.
He talks about soggy waffles.
Yeah, that's right. Although, didn't Van Gogh have wasn't he diagnosed with like some sort of mental illness or... I feel like that's part of his story somehow or in there.
Well, I know if you start cutting off appendages.
Well, that's the first time, yeah.
I think that's a giveaway. I mean, in modern times,
that's where I was headed with it. Yeah. He was diagnosed, and this was before being diagnosed with a mental illness was just every other day.
So according to the Google machine, suffered from severe mental health issues described as attacks of psychosis, severe depression, and confusion.
Sometimes genius comes with some
insanity,
some ditches. You got to watch out.
Had it been a different time, he would have been probably Jessica Van Gogh.
Yeah, dude, I hadn't even thought about that, but you're probably right. You're probably right. If it were 2026, there'd be people trying to.
She's a great artist.
Yeah, be like, well, but his name's Vincent.
They.
Yeah. They is a good artist.
They is a good artist.
Which, dude, if I can't even say that where I'm from, they would even be like, dude, your grammar's terrible. And it's not the smartest people that I grew up with. There are some there, but I know because I hung around the ones that
I don't know how many people would agree with my left and rights on maps up there.
You wonder how many people would agree?
They wouldn't.
I don't think.
No, not in Dalton. You have to, in my opinion, and again, I might be painting with a broad brush here, but I think when you're from a metropolitan area that you depend on GPS, it's different than when you're from a rural community, in some cases farming or otherwise. You're east, west,
I thought
north,
y'all
and south.
Just use paces up there.
It's 20 paces.
20 paces.
I mean, what are we, a duel? You 20 paces that way, turn around, fire.
Have you seen Jed? He goes everywhere with a stick and a knapsack on it and no shoes.
That's right. They call him Hobo Jim.
He lives 40 paces away from my house.
And near the railroad tracks. He takes rides into town. I love it. Planned Parenthood, we're getting a boatload of your money. And they had a disguise for it, so you didn't know. Listen to Joni Erst talk about this.
I uncovered that the Biden administration had given Planned Parenthood affiliates through the Paycheck Program over $90 million, forgave those loans even though they were ineligible. And even worse than that, they tried to obscure the fact that they had done this illegally by using the code word Benghazi. What does Benghazi have to do with Planned Parenthood? Absolutely nothing. But instead of using the name Planned Parenthood, they substituted the code word Benghazi. That way, if anyone tried to FOIA or search for information on Planned Parenthood, it wouldn't be found.
Will Democrats at this point, will they go, you know what, that Biden administration was pretty crooked? Now, I don't expect that they will, but I'm hoping there will be some Democrats that go, I can't be affiliated with this. I even agree with the fact that they gave them the money. I'm okay with them giving them Planned Parenthood the money, which I'm not. But I'm saying if a Democrat said that, I even agree with them giving the money, but the fact that they went to such lengths to cover it up, to hide it, that is not good for our country. That is not good for the politic of the United States of America. That is not a good way to handle things, underhandedly, being devious and intentional with it. Will Democrats finally say, yeah, that's too much?
So this is the only time you're ever going to hear this name on the show, is Nazif Mahid.
Okay.
He's a representative from North Carolina, and he is now the second person we've had in 48 hours that has left the Democrat Party, in part because he says, I didn't leave the Democrat Party left me. It's what he told the local CBS affiliate. If you want to have a debate, a discussion, and you want to have tax dollars, and this is significantly different in my mind, because the power of the purse resides in Congress, and when a decision is made with tax dollars, it's put to a vote, it goes through, and then, okay, let's see where this thing is going. When you're funneling money to an organization that is already controversial to most of the country, that's low down.
Dude, it went through the Small Business Association.
Right.
Or administration, rather.
Yeah.
Went through the SBA.
Didn't go through conventional means.
No, of course.
It wasn't like there was a vote for let's decide if we should fund Planned Parenthood, because those consistently get voted down.
A huge business, and they funneled it through the SBA.
And I'm not telling you that every Democrat is going to suddenly have a change of heart, but you've now had a multitude that have just flat out pointed out, you can be a Democrat without saying I want taxpayer money to pay for abortions.
Well, but even on top of that.
But when it happens, now they're out.
Let's say you do. Let's say you do agree with every bit of it. you can't help but look at the way it was done and go, that's not right. I know that's not right. I want the money to go there. I want to find a legal way to get it there. I disagree with that completely. But I at least respect the fact that they would say, I want it to happen, but I recognize the way they did it. They knew exactly what they're doing. They were doing it underhandedly.
This is important because when you had Roe versus Wade that came down, the justices at the time felt there was a legal obligation that the state had, as well as the parent, to the decision for the child's life. And there was actually restrictions in the initial Roe versus Wade ruling that when you hit a certain trimester, depending on your health, if this was a viable, healthy child, well, then the state had the ability to say, we're not going down this road. It wasn't until the early 90s, I believe it's 92 or 93, Planned Parenthood, they won a ruling which allowed for abortion on demand at any time. So their entire business model since the early 90s, when they got basically Roe versus Wade changed, they're the ones that have been, how many kids can we kill? In the interest of money.
And sell the body parts in many cases. Again,
am I in that middle portion that believes that abortion should be legal? Like, yeah, it's an area you're never going to win national elections. I've talked about it before. You're never going to say no more abortions. You'll never win a national election. Is it for me? No. I've talked about a personal story. We kept the kid. But to then see how it turned into what it turned into from Planned Parenthood, that a perfectly viable child at 8-9 months brutally gets murdered.
You hear the Brandon Gill.
That's nasty.
It's unbelievable.
And that under previous Roe versus Wade ruling would never have been legal.
Yeah.
That's how dirty Planned Parenthood is.
Look, I have a strong feeling about abortion. I think Los probably represents more of the electorate than I do, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine that I'm out of the mainstream. But I love the reasoned way he lays it out, because it's not exactly how I feel, and it might not be exactly how you feel, or maybe it is. But that's the beauty, I think, of what we do here, is that we feel differently about things, and we are able to point it out. We're able to share it. Love your input, 404-741-1230, at Xtra 1063 across the social media platform. Trump keeps racking up wins because he has the cards. Next and Xtra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 1063.
So it's Wednesday night, last night anyway, and my wife and I just finished sitting on the lanai, watching the sunset, listening to the surf. The beach right below us. I want to thank the people of Atlanta for that. You gave that to us through your listenership to my show for over 40 years. Now on to other matters. I brought this up before. Maybe you weren't listening. I get irritated, sick to death of these major network newscasts all telling us what gasoline costs. BFD. All former presidents promised they would do this. Donald Trump is the only one that's actually trying, getting rid of this Islamic terrorist threat against our country, especially the threat of a nuclear weapon. But every freaking night, ABC and the rest of them have to tell us how much gas prices have gone up since the war with Iran started in earnest. Right now, $1.42 a gallon average. Now, I know a lot of people went to government schools. They won't be able to figure this out for themselves, but with the $1.42 rise in gas prices, considering the average fuel economy for today's cars, how much more would it cost you to drive from Atlanta to Disney World? Answer, $27. Oh my God. Oh, the humanity. $27 more for that trip. And the networks act like it's the end of the world. The end of the world would be a nuclear weapon launched from a container ship off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia. Deal with that EMP, the hundreds of thousands of dead. But maybe that would all be worth it, according to the media, if we could just keep the price of gas down. What freaking idiots. Pandering to the American dumb masses. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Operation Epic Fury is a shameful American failure. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That is the message out today from Iran's supreme leader.
The written statement was read out on Iranian state TV. It quotes Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei as saying the only place Americans belong in the Persian Gulf is at the bottom of its waters. Iran's supreme leader adding that the bright future of the region will be one without America. He also promises to protect the Islamic Republic's nuclear and missile capabilities as a national asset.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. The statement comes the day after President Trump said,
"They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough."
Warning them to, quote, get smart soon and agree to a deal that ends its nuclear weapons program.
Fox's Brian Yennis in Tel Aviv.
Axios reports the president is set to be briefed this morning on military options. Quote, CENTCOM has prepared a plan for a short and powerful wave of strikes on Iran, likely including infrastructure targets, in hopes of breaking the negotiating deadlock.
Now, oil prices are down a little this morning, but they've surged this week, and so is gas. The price at the pump up another 8 cents today. AAA's national average for regular $4.30 per gallon. That's up 19 cents since Monday. Now an update on the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. Sources are telling Fox News the bullet that struck a Secret Service officer in his vest did come from the suspect's shotgun, not friendly fire. Cole Allen returns to court today for another hearing. He's charged with attempting to assassinate the president. They voted late last night in the House to approve a Senate process to fund immigration enforcement, getting around Democrats who've been holding up that money.
It allows congressional committees to start drafting legislation for it that could then be passed through the budget reconciliation process with no support needed from Democrats. The House is also sitting on a separate bill passed by the Senate last month to fund the rest of Homeland Security, and Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen warns money for those employees runs out next week.
That's Chris Foster. America's listening to Fox News.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
Don't worry about a thing.
Buddy, if that don't make you feel good, I don't know what will. Maybe. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this may be my favorite artist of all time, in Bob Marley. I can listen to Marley all day, every day, any day of the week. Doesn't matter what's going on. It just fits who I am and fits my life. And dude, and of course this song is Little Birds is that maybe his biggest hit. I don't know.
You know when the last time I thought about Bob Marley?
When?
Oh, look how he turns his head. He's like, what? It was when I made the joke about you when we hit the top of the hour break a couple days ago, and I said, you better get up because you might get cancer in your butt. It might kill you. Yeah. I always think about the illness of Bob Marley and how random his form of cancer was.
Yeah.
I was like the strangest form. You're like, what?
What was
it originated apparently from his foot.
Yeah. And it had to have a toe taken off, or it's the craziest. You wouldn't think that it would have did what it did to turn into what it turned into.
Yeah, he had a rare form of skin cancer, a rare form of melanoma that started under the nail of his right toe, and that's ultimately what killed Bob Marley.
Yeah.
So when Yeah, well, when I joke around about it with Tug, I always think about, okay, who has the most rarest weird, and it's Bob Marley.
Yeah. It is. It totally is.
Totally.
Of all the things that...
Well, like the celebrity people that die of an illness, like his is the most nutty one.
And there were government agencies that didn't care for Bob Marley, because of his politics, because of probably the religion and Rastafarianism. And all the things that surrounded that, and the fact that he could generate interest out of a wide swath of people. He's a fascinating character, man. Go back and read about him. He's an interesting dude. I've watched a ton of documentaries. I've watched even the movie. I think it was called One Love that came out a couple years ago. Really good.
Well, now Bryce is looking into this on his Google machine, and he's like,
"Man, I hope I don't my toenail."
That dude metastasized from his toe to his brain and everywhere else.
I hope my toe doesn't do that to me. Whew. Yeah,
that's why I tell you to get up. It's time to go walk around.
That's right. Absolutely, got to get that blood moving, because otherwise you get blood clots and you'll die from it. It's not good.
Well, that's the one you go with. Well, I haven't been telling you you're going to get cancer right there in your butt. You better walk around so it doesn't happen.
That's right. You don't want that to, because that'd be a terrible way to go. I mean,
did you hear what happened to him? Could you imagine that, like the funeral?
Yeah.
He had cancer. Oh, that's terrible. It started in his butt.
That's even worse. Yeah. Laura, I'm sorry about your husband. What happened? It was butt cancer.
He had butt cancer.
Nobody wants to bleed from their butt. No, that's right.
No.
Nobody does. I mean, of all places. Like, you cut your finger, it's tough. Stinks. Cut your leg, whatever. When it's coming out there.
I love Flounder. Did you see the text message he sent us? First off, Flounder wants to set the record straight. Let us know. Come on, guys. The government injected cancer into Bob Marley.
Okay, well, look, I wasn't going to go because I went up to the line talking about how government agencies didn't care for him. I wasn't going all the way.
Flounder.
Now,
I love it.
Flounder just dives right in. So, look, Conspiracy Theory Thursday. That's a new segment.
It's all welcome here.
That's right, it is. So if you've got stuff that you'd like to add, then jump right in. And Flounder has started he's opened it up. He started the trend this morning. So if you got something you'd like to add, 404-741-1230.
I was going to wait till Friday, but we'll see.
I don't know why you would, though.
Yeah, let's just
go now.
Let's get on it. I'm working on some things. Let me see what I can submit. I've got a couple ideas. It's just we've had such a monstrous week of news that it really feels like it'd be detrimental to the audience to lead them down a strange path. Even though a fun one, but a strange path, I'd rather be talking about all the amazing things that have. Very rarely do we get a week's worth of, man, it's just win after win after win.
Yes, and we've had them. Sorry, there's more text coming in.
Oh, no.
Here's Conspiracy Theory Thursdays. Like he's ready to do a segment with us.
He's ready.
Yes, absolutely. So restart there.
Do you know birds aren't real?
Yeah,
this is Flounder.
Of all things, birds. Space is dumb and birds aren't real. People living under the ocean.
That's right.
That's what we're doing today.
Flounder's going to get into all of it with me.
Tug the container.
Tug the container.
That's right. And I'm a container.
The soul container that is Tug.
And if you don't know what it is, look it up. They had to tell me too. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't know what to think of it. It's a little foreign to me. I live in just the realm of what I can see. I mean, for the most part, obviously I believe in God and Jesus and angels and devils, so demons and the devil and stuff. So I don't completely live. I just don't live as far into the realm of the
Listen, you're
unseen.
teetering.
Yeah, well,
you're on the edge. You're already believing.
I'm close.
Quite a bit.
I'm close.
It's just a matter of somebody gives him a push.
That's right. And I'm afraid of being pushed. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll fall down and won't be able to get back up. So anyway, we have had so many things that have gone right to what Los was talking about. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Your Atlanta Carrier experts. The first thing to know this morning, aside from our conspiracy theories.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug so deep in the story,
Flounder's just hitting them out of the park all morning.
Before we get into the actual information you need to know today, just know that Flounder, which you can check him out every single day, 3 to 6 with the Kimmer Show, with Kimmer and Pete and good old Flounder. Flounder wanted to let us know, hashtag, birds are bogus.
That's
Dude,
so good.
Never fails. He never fails to deliver. That dude is like the dadgum postal service. It doesn't matter if it's raining or snowing or sunny outside. He's delivering.
Just want to let you know they're not real.
Birds are bogus.
That's a very funny conspiracy theory that came into effect several years ago and then just kind of ran into something fun to do.
I've never heard it.
Or they didn't.
I've never. So the fact that y'all know
you
it,
never explored
no.
birds aren't real?
No.
Really?
What? No.
Oh, Tug.
Oh,
You
Tug.
gotta
Look at me, Tug, like you're my daddy.
There it is again.
Oh, Tug. I'm so disappointed.
So disappointed in you, Tug. You don't know about this.
Hands to the sides, like daggone my parent. We'll get to it in
I'm
a
not
bit.
disappointed. Tug.
Yeah, well, it sure sounds like it. But we'll get to that in a little bit, birds and bogus, because it just seems like it's going to take some time, and we got to get to the fact that the president was delighted.
It was an awesome day yesterday to have the ruling that came down from the Supreme Court, a 6-3 ruling that when it comes to the Voting Rights Act, it's still all in effect. Everything is still in effect except one particular line of this, a narrow portion of this, which is
Section 2, right? Is where it comes from.
When you district, you cannot district according to race. And so now you have the entirety of the South and quite a bit of, I believe, challenges you're going to have in court to some of the states that are further up north, namely Pennsylvania, that actually pointed out that they have a couple of majority-minority districts. Those are now illegal. They're unconstitutional. You have to draw districts according to communities, and so that is up and flying. Now, what does that mean? That means anywhere between 8, 12, and possibly 20 seats that will become Republican by the time that we get to the midterms. The midterms might be over already.
Yeah, it would be.
Now,
well, if you generate
entirely possible
20 additional,
entirely possible. And Virginia, well, that might not move one bit because that's in their state Supreme Court.
And it's on hold. They can't even implement it until the decision from the Supreme Court's made. And now with the big decision from the Supreme Court of the United States, they have to be looking at this and going, there's no way this is going to work, y'all.
Once again,
we can't do it legally.
Everyone who is legally able, you cannot be denied the legal ability to vote based on your race, based on your sex. You can based on your age. You can't be based off education. All the voting rights that qualify for you to be a voter in this country are still in effect. You just can't redistrict or district according to race. That is the finding. So take a listen. This is President Trump. He's holding one of those kind of impromptu. He's in the Oval Office. He's talking to reporters. And that's when the news comes down. And he has to be told on the fly about what occurred.
You haven't seen it.
When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for who?
A win for Republicans.
I love it.
But my question...
This was a very good... We can end this news conference right now. I want to read it.
End it now.
My question, Mr. President, is that some Republican governors have not responded in terms of what they're going to do. I guess early voting, for example, in Louisiana.
Republican governors? What?
Republican governors.
What about it?
Early voting begins Saturday there, for instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple of
I would. I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the rule. I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally, I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some, it didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they would do that. They have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Louisiana's governor is already looking to suspend the vote until they can redraw the districts, their early voting. Florida has already changed. Florida has already now picked up 4 more seats. States like Alabama, there's not much to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it's red and shades of red.
It's what it is. The state of Georgia, this is the direction we're going as well. Looks like this is all happening.
But, dude, I wonder what it's going to look like in the Northeast, because that's what it looks like currently.
Yes, where you currently have at least 40 to 45% of the vote in New England is Republican, yet there is 0 representation.
0 out of 21.
Now, is that because of how they've drawn their maps? I don't know it well enough.
Yeah, right.
Have to look into this.
But you're trying to tell me that the South can't do that. These states in the South can't do it, but it's perfectly fine in the Northeast to do it? It's bogus, man. It doesn't make sense to say one state can and another can't.
You and I have long wondered, how do you have, with 80-20 issues, how do you have Democrats consistently coming down on the 20 side, and then when you have an overall view of the Democrats, whether it's Congress or as a whole, that's a favorability rating of only 20%? I think that if we start talking about illegal voting, redistricting games, and bogus fundraising, which is basically tax dollars filtering through different companies and finding their way back to the Democrat Party,
which we keep discovering,
our money, they might be a 20-25% party. For everyone that's like, it's a 50-50 in this country, I don't know. I've always believed this country is center-leaning right.
I agree with you.
It might be much more right than it's ever been considered. Because remember, if you just look at what happened in 1984, when one state, Minnesota, only one.
The people that run the Leering Centers are the only ones that voted against Reagan.
And then when you look at what happened throughout the 90s, yes, you had a Bush that was elected president after Reagan was elected president. Bill Clinton won, not because it was some sort of crazy Republican majority or Democrat majority. It was the center decided, hey, I got lied to about taxation policy. I'm gonna go with this guy. You have now had the last 20 years where the idea of a Republican winning the popular vote was like, that'll never happen again.
Never happened.
It'll never happen.
And then it did.
Well, it did. And I firmly believe that if you get rid of those three pillars of the Democrat Party, redistricting games, fundraising games, and cleaning up the voter rolls, it's not just the midterm. I don't think you have to worry about it. And then by the time we hit the census in 2030 and another 20 seats go away because of the games they played and the illegals they counted, this is it.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is the most monumental.
This is why they're so sad. This is why they're not talking about it on MS Now or anywhere else.
Dude, they've talked about firefighting fundraisers, which is great. Good. I'm glad they're talking about those things. Dennis Leary was on there talking about the very thing. One thing they've not talked about that I've seen, and we've had it on them in here all morning. They've not went into it because they know how detrimental it is. They know how awful it is. And are they going to feed their audience the loss that they took?
Depressing information. They're not doing it.
They're turning away. I'm curious, though, about those states in the Northeast and how that affects them. Will Republicans up there sue to say these have been gerrymandered, race-based gerrymandering, which is now illegal, and y'all have to fix the Northeast too? Dude, if that happens, can you imagine? They will scream bloody murder. They will scream to the top of their lungs. And could you imagine changing the Northeast to be more representative of what's actually there? I think you had the number of 45% up in the Northeast in the New England states are Republicans, and they have zero representation?
Zero. None.
Can you imagine?
If
that happened too?
A handful.
Well, right. One or two. And they're forced to do it because it's the legal obligation of the state to get it done. I'm so fascinated by this. This is one of the things I think you need to watch, because in the South, yes, it's going to change, and the states around here, and we'll have Greg Dolezal, who's leading that charge on next week to talk about it specifically and directly. I want to know what people like that, people in the know that work in this ring, in this political realm, what they expect out of those in the Northeast, because it would change the dynamic of the United States forever. I mean, it may already be forever changed, but to add that in there too, and then hold on, and this is way out of left field, but I think it applies a little bit. You got a Republican that's doing really well in California. What is happening? What? When? After when? After when?
They might just be the 20-25% party. They might just be the 20 or 25% party that needed all of these games. Remember, these are still the people. I would say that if we were to talk to 100 people on the street and ask them, well, how many sexes are there?
80 of them would say.
80, 85 will say 2.
Yeah.
Somebody out there will be like, is somebody going to report me to HR?
Where's the camera?
And then they might say 2.
Yeah. Quietly.
There are just some fundamental, simple aspects of the Democrat Party that most Americans look at and go, that doesn't represent me.
I agree with you. And I believe that same amount of people, and I said this earlier, I believe that same grouping of people that you just described believe that America is a great country. And America is, that we're blessed to live here. We have the ability to do and live as we please, and you don't have that everywhere else in the world. I do believe 80-85% of the country loves the country. The Democrat Party doesn't.
Well, they've been the anti-American party for the longest time now.
Right, which is what you've called them. And they make no bones about it. They tell you it's terrible. And they tell you they want to overthrow the capitalist nature of the country. They tell you they want to change it, fundamentally change it.
This could be, this ruling, because of what it's going to do to create. Now, let me just point this out. The Northeastern Democrats probably not going to have to change because they do not have a very diverse population in many of these states. Right? Maine doesn't have to worry about it. Maine's just white liberal. Okay? Like there's no, well, what if they redistrict? Okay? Like that's how that's going to work. But it is going to change in terms of the entirety of power, that if you want to be a majority in this country, I believe this ruling is going to force you to start talking like the rest of America that's actually proud to be Americans. We've had the polling where there's only anywhere from 15, 18, 20% of Democrats that are proud to be Americans. Well, you're going to have to figure that one out, because I believe this is going to reel you back in from some of the stuff you've been doing. Now, it's going to take some time. Hakeem Jeffries kind of started to figure it out yesterday.
And we need to dig up that clip maybe, because he talked about all the things going away. And, I mean, he lumped in like the Voting Rights Act. And I don't have the quote right in front of me, but basically equity and inclusion and DEI and all those things that have gone away. And now big parts of the Voting Rights Act. But he was like, in America's a great place. We got to get it fixed. Is essentially what he said. And I stopped. I was like, what did he just say? Huh? Like all in the beginning, I was like, yeah, I expect all this. I expect what he's saying. And then for him to end like he did, I was like, wait a minute.
It's kind of like you went ahead and called me a bunch of names, then you handed me a hamburger.
Right.
Like, what was this?
You awful jerk. Here, have this delicious burger.
Thank you. This looks like a very delicious burger.
Okay, Bryce being quick, got it. Listen.
And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here. That's right. And we're not going anywhere. And we believe in this country.
What?
Not a perfect country.
What? We believe in this country. It's not a perfect country. No one has ever said it was a perfect country. It's always about making it a more perfect union. Democrats never say that.
That is the basis for your Supreme Court ruling. Exactly what you said, Hakeem Jeffries. Not a perfect country. Well, the idea and the reason why we have our Constitution is that so as society changes, we can change along with it. And the fact is, you don't need to have this crazy racial divide that you're intentionally creating any longer. You don't. The only people who need it are the Democrats, only strictly in the interest of power. None of the rest of us are living this way.
I don't know why he said we believe in this country, but it has to be something along the lines that we've been discussing. They recognize the need now, all of a sudden, need to center up that message. They know they can't go into the midterms talking about communism. I mean, you see in what's happening in New York City and how big of a failure that is. Those voters are getting exactly what they voted for. You can't take that communist Marxist message to the masses and expect them to respond to it. Now, you can disguise it, and that's my biggest fear, is that they're going to disguise it. Yes, we love America. It's great. Let's implement these Marxist policies to make it even better.
I keep forgetting, because I've got my computer box over here, and I'm too excited, and I'm lost in Tug's eyes. But Representative Josh Williams from Ohio, his post from yesterday, we got to find some spot for that in this hour.
Dude.
So good.
Freaking incredible. I love this guy. I really didn't even know much about him until I saw that quote.
You're running for Congress in Ohio.
Dude, it is the most encouraging thing you'll hear. We will absolutely work that in. This is the Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. One Democrat senator who votes with the party 90+% of the time is daring his party to, quote, purge him. Next on the Morning Xtra.
Start your day with Tug and Los on the Morning Xtra from 6 to 10. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck at noon, and the Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. And hang out every night for Jesse Kelly at 6 and Jimmy Fela at 9. And stream it all live in crystal clear HD on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Hey, this is Los with Terry from Alpharetta, who just purchased a new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent, honest way to buy your next vehicle. Terry, tell us about your experience.
I have a son serving in the military. He's active duty with limited time to look for a car. My son was looking for a used Hyundai Veloster, and I had heard about the Honest Car Guy on the radio, decided that might be a route to go, and we made a phone call over the weekend. He screen shared the information with us. We looked over the vehicle, and he took the reins from there, and they were able to walk us through the process of buying the car. We're very clear and transparent, and next thing we knew, we had a car in the driveway.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Georgia Tech women's basketball season tickets for the 2026-27 season are on sale now.
Here's Moon with the loose ball. Forecourt to Albin, putting up a jumper. A long two is good as the buzzer sounds.
You don't want to miss a second of second-year head coach Karen Blair and the Yellow Jackets at McCamus Pavilion next season.
Posting up, muscling in strong, putting it up and good. She'll go to the line, hunting a three-point play.
Save your seat today at ramblinrec.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
Georgia is growing. That means more jobs and more economic opportunity. As we enhance electric grid to power this growth, we're working to minimize disruptions in your community. Our crews always put safety first. Please watch for them working alongside the road and move over if you're driving. We will make every effort to choose the least disruptive route for new power lines while balancing community and environmental impact, costs, and reliability. Watch your mailbox for letters or postcards from Georgia Power. We're proud to be here for Georgia and here for you.
Sponsored by Georgia Power.
One of the hardest things to do is to walk away from a paycheck. As retirement planners, Masterplan knows how hard it can be to pull the trigger on your own retirement. Don't go it alone. Masterplan is a holistic retirement planning firm that works with you to create a retirement plan to help maximize your golden years. Through income planning and money management, legacy planning, and tax planning, we create a plan specifically designed for your life. Enter retirement with confidence. Contact Masterplan to analyze your retirement outlook and create a plan that's right for you. All initial consultations are complimentary, so contact us today and begin your pursuit towards peace of mind. Visit masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Masterplan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Masterplan Retirement Consulting. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, April 30th, and here are your headlines. The Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 that Louisiana's congressional map creating a second majority black district was unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. The decision limits how states can use race when drawing congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms, and the ruling could impact congressional maps and trigger new legal battles across the country before the November elections. A former Atlanta Hawks executive has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison after prosecutors say he stole nearly $3.7 million from the organization. Lester Jones pleaded guilty to wire fraud after investigators say he used faked expense reports and company credit cards to fund luxury trips, jewelry, and personal expenses. And finally, relief efforts continue across South Georgia as wildfires continue to burn tens of thousands of acres in Brantley County and surrounding areas. The American Red Cross is helping displaced families with shelter and meals while firefighters continue to work to contain the blaze. Officials say the recent rain has helped crews make progress, but the fires remain active and dangerous. Today's weather is mostly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Yeah, I was listening to the Kimmer Show yesterday, and they were doing hard questions about the Eagles. Like, I was like, last remaining original member, Don Henley, that was the question yesterday. They were like, give me the most complex composition that the Eagles have ever recorded. I was like, good Lord, I don't have any idea. I couldn't even have a good guess. So they made it really hard.
It'd be very difficult.
I know, man. It made it really hard.
I don't want it to be stressful on you. I don't want you to have to, beat yourself up trying to figure out the answer here.
Yeah. We're going to make it easy. Matter of fact, turn up the song right here. This song is so good.
What does the band start with letter-wise? Oh, sorry.
That's right. Exactly. Well, it depends. Are they Eagles? Because people would say the Eagles, and they're not. It's not the. It's just Eagles. And I think that would confuse people because they'd say the T starts with a T. No, that's not the case. But, okay, can you name this song that Bryce is playing right now? Might want to turn it down because they're about to say the name.
There you go. Name that song. 404-741-1230.
Name that tune. We've got a new game.
Have you told Bryce the answer yet?
Well, he pulled the song. Surely he knows what the name
I'm
of the
just
song
making sure. I don't know. I saw what happened yesterday. Poor Bryce, you gave the question. He's looking at you like deer in headlights. Like, I don't know the answer to that.
What's the answer? I have no idea. So do you know the name of that song that Bryce just played? Here we go. We're going to give it a little taste of it. 404-741-1230. Little falsetto in there. So good. The Eagles are so diverse, man. They would go from rock and roll to laid back, like
pretty
this.
Sweet little ballads.
Gosh, dude, they are incredible. Would you like to go see them? You can, if you know the name of the song.
And take your man friend or your lady friend, or both.
Or you might have to. No, you don't have to get to take one because we're giving you a pair of tickets. You have to buy another one.
Just saying.
Yeah, right.
You get creative.
You can take whomever you want. It's totally up to you. But you just got to tell us the name of that song. 404-741-1230. When I saw this clip, Los, I couldn't help but, just reflect back on the things that we've talked about a bunch of times. And it is Senator John Fetterman. He's basically daring the Democrats to primary him. It basically is. Listen to what he says.
And we actually need other votes other than just the extreme part of my party. We're going to remind that. And now, as the only single Democrat that's flipped a seat, and now I've also made it mathematically impossible to reclaim the majority in the United States Senate. So if they want the Democratic Party to turn it into a witch burning and to go after, the one Democrat that's done the thing that, these people haven't been able to do, so they're entitled to do it. But I'm proud to represent Pennsylvania, and I don't just represent just Democrats in Pennsylvania. I represent all 13 million Pennsylvanians, and I'm going to play it straight. I'm going to never lie or pretend something's wrong. I'm going to what's right, I will support, and that's the voice that I'm going to continue to be, regardless what parts of the Democratic might disagree.
Yeah, this is physically cutting your nose off to spite your face. That's what this is with them going after him. This dude votes with them always. He says the right things, and Los and I give him credit for saying the right things, but he votes Democrat 90+% of the time. It's not like he does anything that's out of line when it comes to the things that they ask him to do. The tragic mistake that he's made is defending Israel and saying nice things about Donald Trump. That's what he's done wrong, and that's why he's saying they're going to primary me. And he basically is daring them to do it.
I think his poll numbers are incredible because of what it says. So I will give you the latest stuff that we have from this month. For instance, if you go to the Morning Xtra poll, in his state, in his state only, that's all that matters, 46% approval, 47% disapprove. If you go to Quinnipiac, which was done actually in late February, 46% approval, 40% disapproval. So he's from a purple state. He's basically right down the middle. As a Democrat, he's right down the middle. Now, here's where it gets really good. And this was the Quinnipiac poll that, again, was done at the end of February. His approval rating amongst Democrats within the state of Pennsylvania is 22%.
Oof.
With Republicans at 73%.
Wowzers. So that's just another.
Now, this is a guy who's voting Democrat 90% of the time.
And Republicans like him at that rate because they probably don't know how he votes, but they hear what he says and they're like, yeah, I agree with that. I think most people like to consider themselves in the middle. I mean, everybody, if you ask anybody, what do you say?
I'm in the middle.
I'm in the middle. That's what everybody says. I'm in the middle.
Okay.
And he's not voting. He's not in the middle at all.
No.
But when he talks, he talks in a way that's what, 73? Is that what you said?
73% approval rating from Republicans.
Those Republicans have no idea how he votes. They just hear what he says and they like it. That's incredible.
Now, by the way, when we go to Democrats, again, 22% approval rating. If you go back to 2023, so this is as he is getting into Congress, he is recovered from said stroke, and now he's starting to become active there. His rating when it came to Democrats was a plus 68.
Wow.
his talk of two things: his talk of Israel
and Donald Trump.
And what has sunk him with Democrats in the state.
I'm going to give you two things, too. On the Donald Trump front, when Trump got shot at or the dude was trying to get into the correspondence center to shoot him, he said, "We were there front and center. The venue was not built to accommodate an event with the line of secession for the United States government. After witnessing last night, drop the TDS and build the White House ballroom for events exactly like these." You're out when you say that. There's no way. And then he said he was voting for the Fed chairman, the one that Donald Trump has put forward, Kevin Warsh. And that's another thing. You can't do that. Not in the Democrat Party. You must hold the line and say no.
He is a Democrat that is largely talking and voting. Now, not on major legislation. Again, going to vote to keep the government running, going to vote to get this Fed chairman in. It'd be different if we had some sort of vote on, in my opinion, like abortion, okay? It's it's how it's going to be different.
Yeah, for sure.
But he largely has an independent voting record and an independent when it comes to the support he has. And so that can't exist. If there was ever somebody that they are pushing out of the party, and I would say that John Fetterman is far too left for the Republicans. But if you're talking about somebody who is a bit of a friend to you that will actually help you out with some stuff, if it makes sense for Pennsylvania, he has shown he will do that.
I wish, because I like him. He's one of them, and I wouldn't have said that 5 years ago. I wouldn't have said it. I like the guy. I think he's proven to be different than what I thought, and maybe proven to be different than what the Democrats thought too. But I like the guy, and he doesn't even vote with me, dude. He doesn't even vote for the things that I like or the things that I support, but I like the guy. And I think that's reflective in the polling that you just shared. You can't help it, man. The guy's overcome so much, and he votes against you, and you still have a charitable feeling about him. I think that's a hard thing to achieve when you vote against me and you, and yet we still kind of like the guy. Democrats wouldn't do that. They hate him, and they would never do that. There's not one Republican senator that they would say that about.
Dr. Rich McCormick, I think he laid it out pretty well. He says part of our power, our energy, is that we are not in lockstep on every single issue. We have a difference of opinions. There are such a thing as establishment Republicans that will never consider voting for stuff that we are interested in. What's going on the Democrat side is completely different, that you have someone who votes with you 90% of the time, and yet you have nearly 70% of Democrats in his state who disapprove of him. He votes with you 90% of the time, but he's not saying the right things.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't show you that tent's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, we had the study from months ago that showed the divergence of views within each party, and ours was largely expanding, continuously expanding. The Democrats is narrowing down to this tiny subset where if you don't say the right things, then you're going to be in trouble. We've had callers that have called into this program that it's easier for them to say that Donald Trump is a pedophile than to say, hey, I like what's going on with X. I like prescription drug prices. I think he's doing a good job there.
One of his bitter enemies, Mark Cuban, even came out and said it. He's one of the very few, maybe the only.
I'm glad that because the president, and this is the only place you can do it in D.C., rolled in the National Guard to clean up so much of the crime that was going on there. You could say, it's a minimalist thing. You could say, I like that the president, because the mayor of D.C. said it, a Democrat woman, I like that the president came in and cleaned up D.C. Yet it's easier to toe the company line, the party line, and say, pedophile!
Well, because if you do that,
if you don't,
and if you don't, you're like John Fetterman. They're going to throw you out anyway. So, do you want to stay in power? Do you want to stay in good graces, or do you want to be the guy that's getting shot at all the time?
So, meanwhile, on the opposite end of this,
yes, the people that are saying the wrong things
is someone who has decided that they will make sure. Because early in AOC's career, she was making too much noise, and they basically gave her the ultimatum: either stop it, or you won't be here. And many other members of the squad are no longer in the squad. Everyone who came in with that group. You want to pull a fire alarm? Listen, you can't play here.
Got to go.
You know, if you want to keep talking this mess, you can't play here. This is what's going to be. So AOC, as an actress playing the role, she was asked about pollution. And AOC, I'm sorry to do this to you, Tug, because I know that you find her attractive, and it's different. Like, for instance, I find Angel Face attractive.
She is a beautiful lady.
But yet when we play her audio, we're never embarrassed by it.
I know. Has she slimmed back down?
Okay, that's what Dark Tug was asking about dem hips.
That's awful.
It is. In
That's
fact,
so awful.
save that for
ever.
And any. Okay. Okay. Hey, have you heard about what's going on with Stacey Abrams?
Has she slimmed back down?
I don't know, Tug.
That's out of context, sir.
It's perfectly in context.
It's perfect. or I'll give you another one. Hey, did you hear Elizabeth from The Office had her baby?
Has she slimmed back down?
Oh, my God. Tug.
Tug, that's crazy.
I feel like I'm being hung out to dry. I feel like John Fetterman
it's
right
wonderful.
now.
So with that, here's AOC when asked about pollution. Now, I just want to say this. When it comes to accounting firms, like Ernst & Young, one of the biggest in the world, biggest in the country, Deloitte, right there. At one point, there was, because we lost some of them during the financial crisis of 07-08. So some of them did go away.
Right.
But these are two of the biggest accounting firms in Deloitte, Ernst & Young, and this is what she thought Deloitte was.
Rivers in rural areas were on fire because of corporations poisoning the people who lived in those areas. Poor middle-class communities getting poisoned and dumped on by corporations like Deloitte and 3M, pouring chemicals into these places. And they want to call it a Democratic priority.
I don't know what she would have meant when she brought up Deloitte. Like, I'm not really sure. Like, if you want to say 3M, because, yes, they do work on some product, and I don't know if they're environmentally conscious, but it's...
If she would
I know
said,
Deloitte's good at pushing paper.
If she would have said some of the carpet mills in Dalton, because that's a big thing going on now.
Sure.
Rome has sued the city of Dalton because of it polluting. But I find it interesting. As interesting as that part is, that she had the audacity to say they're poisoning people. Now, this is the same party that was in power when the train wreck happened in East Palestine.
Yes. And
nobody did a thing. They didn't even go up there.
Well, Mayor Pete was busy. He was breastfeeding.
I know. Exactly. Think about what you just said. Exactly. That's how nuts they are. We don't have time to help East Palestine, but because we're breastfeeding a man.
Yeah, just ponder that one,
dude. You can't even make it up. It's so ridiculous. You can't make it up. Just an observation. Yeah.
I was so when it comes to Pete Buttigieg's mother, I hear that she might have put on a little weight.
Has she slimmed back down?
Oh, I don't know, Tug.
I didn't say that just now. That's a recording. I want you to know that.
You said it yesterday.
Okay. All right. I'm thinking it sounds like AI to me. I don't believe I don't even think I said that. I feel certain that is made up.
Did you see Megyn Kelly on her show last night?
Has she slimmed back down?
Sir, she's always been slim.
It's slim.
She's always slim.
Never said that about Megyn.
Very attractive, friendly lady.
Our friend works for Megyn Kelly. I would never insult Megyn Kelly. You know, Phil Holloway. He's an employee of Megyn Kelly.
That's right.
I'd never say. See, I'm telling you, they're making things up. They're taking me out of context, y'all. Don't you listen to them. They're trying to make me sound like something I'm not. But we suck. When we continue on Extra 106.3, I'd like to be represented by a guy like Josh Williams, who's running for office in Ohio. Not because we look alike, but because we share values. I bet you'll like him too. Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 30th. The Atlanta Braves walked it off last night as Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer in the ninth to lead the Braves to a 4-3 victory over the Detroit Tigers and another series win. They remain the only team in baseball who hasn't lost one as of yet. It's getaway day this afternoon as the Braves conclude their series and the homestand with the Tigers. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Framber Valdez. First pitch is set for 12:15. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are looking to stay alive tonight in the Eastern Conference playoffs as they have dropped the past 2 games in their series with the New York Knicks. Game 6 tonight is in Atlanta with the Knicks up 3-2. That tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Too many motorists and workers are senselessly injured or killed in roadway work zones. Crashes and fatalities have spiked in Georgia due to speeding and distracted or impaired driving. The Georgia DOT is reminding you during Work Zone Safety Awareness Week of the importance of practicing safe driving. Ignore your phone and other distractions and pay attention to the road. Work zones are a sign to slow down. Let's all get where we're going safely. Sponsored by the Georgia DOT.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level. But golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
Great, another auto repair. You took it to the dealer and now you're starting to panic. They say it's going to cost thousands and take weeks to complete. So don't fall for the tricks. Take it to Vicks. From simple oil changes and tires to transmission replacements and collision repair, you can count on Vicks Auto Care for honest, affordable service. Vicks Auto Care on Roswell Street in Marietta. Visit them today at VicksAutoCare.com. That's VIKS Autocare.com.
A simple act of generosity changed everything. A journey from alone and abandoned to one of the most successful businessmen in Georgia history. Here's Rick Jackson.
I spent Christmas Eve alone in a children's home. When I woke up, a Good Samaritan had left me $100.
Rick Jackson knows what it's like to go without. That's why he'll fight career politicians who talk about cutting income taxes and property taxes, but never deliver.
Unlike career politicians, I know how some extra money can change everything. That's why I'll freeze your property taxes and slash the income tax in half.
Conservative businessman Rick Jackson will deliver the Georgia results that failed career politicians never will.
I'll get you a boatload of your money back, or I won't run again. It's as simple as that.
The conservative outsider who will deliver real tax relief. Rick Jackson for governor. Paid for by Jackson for Governor, Inc.
Neil Bortz is live every day on Extra 106.3.
And again, I'll point out to you, you cannot underestimate the hatred the left has for Donald Trump. And the main reason, he is working to deport these illegals because they represent future Democrat voters.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Hey, congratulations to Rich going to take his wife to see the Eagles next Friday. Said he saw them back in 76. Gonna get to see them again.
Wow,
Los.
Rich.
Yeah,
Get to close the loop on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not doing this in much more.
No, that's it. This is it. Yeah, Don Henley says it's going to be all for him. We're going to take a little bit of a detour. Semi's on the phone at 404-741-1230. What's up, man? How are you?
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, wow, I'm honored. Thank you for taking my call so quickly. So we all know that Trump is like a business savant, possibly the best businessman, best deal maker ever in the history of business.
Can we pause for a second? Semi. I'm going to let you continue. I'm not trying to cut you off here. But part of the joke about the seminar caller is that the initial part of your call is always some way to try and get the person to agree with you initially, but you're doing it in terms of sarcasm. I would just say if you skip that portion of it, let's get into the raw information you want to get into, just because I think it hurts the discussion point that you want to get into, and we probably would enjoy the discussion better than just the initial, prelude to all this stuff.
Sure. How is Trump's public company, Trump Media Group, doing? I haven't heard much about them.
I don't know. Keep up. Doesn't seem to matter. I think he's got a more important job right now.
Oh, it's doing super. They brought in $5 million in revenue last year. And you know what their profit or loss was? They had a loss of over $700 million. That's amazing. Any guy talented enough to bankrupt a lot of casinos, he can figure out a way to lose $700 million on revenues of $5 million. That's great, isn't it? He knows how to run the country like a business.
Yeah. Well, I do think he's probably had some successes through the years, and I do think he's probably doing things that are beneficial to the United States of America right now. Well, hang on. We gave you a moment. Let's just go back and forth. I think right now, what's happening in the United States is really good. I see the economy continuing to grow. I see good things out of the fact that the military is at its peak, which we've not had in many years. There's good that is happening, and if you choose not to, point out any of it, then I guess that's on you.
Share with me a little bit of what you're smoking later.
Okay, all right. Absolutely.
All right. Now it's my turn, right?
Yeah, take it.
Would you say that George Soros is good at business? Whatever it is.
I'm told he's the greatest.
No, he's worth about $7 billion.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Gavin Newsom, would you say he's good at business?
Oh, depends. If you look at the state of California, it'd be questionable.
He's worth $30 million.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump is worth $6 billion. All right. You're there with Soros. Now, let me help out because, I do have degrees in this sort of stuff. Media companies, when it comes to what they're, again, your revenue and loss is not what you're focusing on. You're focusing on perceived value. If Trump wanted to sell his media company, he'd probably sell it for $1 billion, $2 billion, and you're going to be like, wait a minute, but you lost $700 million. That's not the key factor here. In fact, Amazon for years didn't make any money.
I would imagine Amazon's still not where they would like to be.
I mean, they're now a $30-70 billion for years. They didn't make any money. It was perceived value. Media companies work completely differently than, let's say, a widget company. It's about the amount of influence you're wielding. And what I will point out to you is he seemed to wield enough influence to win the popular vote and become president again after facing all of the craziness that occurred. So tell me what the value of that is.
I think pretty good. There's a picture of his
That's how media companies work.
Walking into the White House, walking into the Oval Office.
I mean, you don't. In fact,
they handed him that extra value.
In fact, when it comes to media companies, when it comes to tech companies, when it comes to so much of that, the Michael Dells of the world, the Mark Cubans of the world, you don't want to show revenue because then it establishes value. I know I'm speaking at a much higher crazy level. It's value. And so if Trump wanted to do, and I think the last time they did an evaluation on it, it was worth a multitude of billions of dollars because it's about the perceived value.
Trump name carries a lot.
I mean, Twitter, when Elon Musk bought it, what was it, like 44 billion, 34 billion?
Yeah, I think 44.
I want you to take a look at the revenue that X had, that Twitter had. And the richest man in the world, the guy that you then felt that you wanted to burn down all of his Teslas, he didn't buy it for the revenue stream. He bought it for the influence.
Sure.
Which then led to a man facing 34 felonies and everything else to win the national vote and to become president once again. So tell me what the value is of that. That's how this game actually works, Semi. It's not about the revenue. Not when it comes to this stuff. If you and I are selling cars, different. You talk about going to see clients. Hey, you probably have a boss out there who busts your butt over what'd you make this month?
Have a car sale.
What'd you bring in this month? Now, Tug and I don't. That's the fun part. Not bragging. It's a different game that we're playing.
Yeah.
And the fact is, when it comes to media and when it comes to tech, when it comes to that industry, it ain't about revenue or a lack thereof. It's about influence. And what does millions of Americans do every single morning? They go and see what he had to say.
No, we talking about Trump. Yeah,
Yes.
Log on to Twitter. But usually everything that filters out from him gets to Twitter.
Always.
Which is the most influential of the social medias without a doubt. And maybe TikTok is probably gaining a little bit, I would imagine, just because especially on the younger end of the demo. But I mean, that's the news source. Twitter is the news source for everybody. And there's a reason that Keith Olbermann, as much as he hates being on Twitter because of Elon Musk, and he may have signed back off, I don't know, but he was there until recently for that same reason. That's the only place he got any reach.
And let me point out something else that's fun when you have a number of holdings. And this is from somebody, this is me, who follows 10K reports. If you're not aware, 10K reports, you get them annually on companies that are traded publicly. When you have a loss leader, it helps you tax-wise on the other end.
Oh, sure. It's always about taxes.
Businesses do not mind having a loss leader, especially a loss leader that is worth billions.
We'll take it. Simi, thank you so much for taking the time to call.
I'll give you an example. In Q1 2022, when Elon was buying X, Twitter, and what was it? How many billions?
44, I think.
44 billion.
I'll look it up to be sure.
You know what their revenue was? Their revenue, not their profit. Their revenue, the money that came through the company, $1.2 billion. You're not buying it for that stuff. I know that I'm talking over your Semi's head on this stuff.
Mine too.
But that's how this works. It's about value, perceived value.
My thing is success. I love the success that we're having in the United States of America. You have the wins, one right after another, Supreme Court. Matter of fact, 24 hours of winning is what you got yesterday.
Can you imagine when you're getting beat this badly at the Supreme Court and what's going on with all this redistricting, and your best response is Trump media made and lost?
Dude, doesn't even matter to me. I want to know what's happening in the United States of America. Like, that's what I care about. And I see the win.
By the way, that was all, just for those of you who needed it, that was all business. We'll call it 401. Maybe 501. But that's what you got out of that.
We'll be right back.
Sammy.
24 hours of winning next on Extra.
Time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
So it's Wednesday night, last night anyway, and my wife and I just finished sitting on the lanai, watching the sunset, listening to the surf. The beach right below us. I want to thank the people of Atlanta for that. You gave that to us through your listenership to my show for over 40 years. Now on to other matters. I brought this up before. Maybe you weren't listening. I get irritated, sick to death of these major network newscasts all telling us what gasoline costs. BFD. All former presidents promised they would do this. Donald Trump is the only one that's actually trying, getting rid of this Islamic terrorist threat against our country, especially the threat of a nuclear weapon. But every freaking night, ABC and the rest of them have to tell us how much gas prices have gone up since the war with Iran started in earnest. Right now, $1.42 a gallon average. Now, I know a lot of people went to government schools. They won't be able to figure this out for themselves, but with a $1.42 rise in gas prices, considering the average fuel economy for today's cars, how much more would it cost you to drive from Atlanta to Disney World? Answer, $27. Oh my God. Oh, the humanity. $27 more for that trip. And the networks act like it's the end of the world. The end of the world would be a nuclear weapon launched from a container ship off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia. Deal with that EMP, the hundreds of thousands of dead. But maybe that would all be worth it, according to the media, if we could just keep the price of gas down. What freaking idiots. Pandering to the American dumb masses. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is live on your ride home on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta on Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3. Fighting the communists with truth every day on the only conservative news and talk station in Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
The head of U.S. Central Command will head to the White House today. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. As President Trump insists Iran has not come far enough in the negotiations.
At this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons.
And Fox's Jackie Heinrich reports.
Today, President Trump will be briefed on possible military plans by CENTCOM commander. According to reports, though, he has already expressed a preference for an extended naval blockade, saying it is more effective at degrading what's left of the Iranian regime and also reducing its revenue generators like its oil.
But Iran's supreme leader's defiant in a statement read on state TV today, calling the U.S. military operation a shameful failure, vowing to protect Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. Oil prices are down now, but they've surged this week, and so is the price at the gas pump, up 8 more cents today. AAA's national average for regular at $4.30 per gallon. A new report just out shows inflation rose last month at the fastest pace in nearly 3 years, but the economy's gotten stronger.
The gross domestic product rose 2% in the first quarter, bouncing back from a weak 0.5% annual increase at the end of last year.
Fox's Ginny Casola. Cole Allen returns to court in 2 hours, the suspect in the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack, for a detention hearing. As sources tell Fox, a shot he fired did hit a Secret Service officer who was spared by his bulletproof vest.
Investigators argue Allen planned extensively for this attack, checking the president's schedule online and watching live coverage of the dinner before storming past a security checkpoint. The Justice Department says a Secret Service officer saw Allen fire the shotgun in the direction of the stairs leading to the ballroom before he was arrested.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. The House has voted to reauthorize a controversial foreign surveillance program considered key for national security ahead of an expiration at midnight. The House also approved a budget blueprint to fund immigration enforcement using a process Democrats can't block. America's listening to Fox.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
You're right, and so are we. Welcome to Extra 106.3.
To keep from crying. Sometimes it seems
I feel horrible even talking over this song. David Allan Coe passed yesterday.
But you don't have to call me darling.
Darling. Maybe the greatest sing-along song of all time. I was drunk the day Mama got out of prison, so I went to pick her up in the rain. Dude, so good. I mean, all you have to do is get some beers flowing, and somebody is going to sing this song real loud and smile from ear to ear. You don't have to call me Charlie Pride.
I just love, just as you were saying, just the lyric. I was drunk.
Dave Mama got out of prison.
Dave Mama got out of prison. You're like,
I
wow.
went to pick her up.
That's a tough existence. In the rain.
Dude, it's so good. Dude, I love You don't have to call me Merle Haggard anymore. Don't have to call me Charlie Pride, man. I love Charlie Pride's music. Grew up on Charlie Pride, listened to him every week of the every week. I always listen to Charlie Pride because he's one of the greatest. Let's get a little chorus here. In memory of the late, great David Allen Coe.
I never minded standing in the rain.
Could there be a person that doesn't love this song? And if there is, I can't imagine how.
You don't have to call
Probably my wife.
She doesn't like the song.
She doesn't know like classic country.
But this one?
I'm telling you, I love it.
Well, I don't, but I mean, like,
Listen,
would
she's
she
weird.
sing it in a bar, like if it came on?
She would know it. She wouldn't know it.
She wouldn't know it. Wow.
Did your wife like it, Tug?
Yeah. And my wife doesn't like country either, but I've drilled it into her head enough.
You will listen.
Damn it. I'll put my foot down on some things, and this is one of them. You will like David Allen Coe.
This marriage is going nowhere.
That's
25
right.
years later.
Yeah, that's right. We're still
what's
going.
up.
Yeah, still proud of it. Another song that I love from David Allen Coe is The Ride. He had so much good stuff. And it's, he's getting on up there in age. It's one of those that they've probably been, just waiting on for a while. But, and a lot of people don't know that he was the original version. He cut the original version of Tennessee Whiskey that, that became a huge hit for Chris Stapleton.
For everybody.
Yeah. It's been recorded 3 times, officially recorded. David Allen Coe, George Jones in the 80s, which is my favorite version. And then Chris Stapleton had the monster hit with it. Neo, as performs. It's funny when you see even the R&B and hip hop artists jump on board because it's such a great song.
Can I give you a quick update on what is going on in our week of winning?
Yes.
It took until 9:05, and I can explain the timing aspect of it. For MS Now to finally get into the Supreme Court strikes down Louisiana redistricting map, and they have Hakeem Jeffries, who is on the show right now. And the reason why that this was not covered in the 6, 7, 8 o'clock hours is because in television, the 9 o'clock is the people are into work and everything crashes.
That's right.
That's why they're just now getting into it and covering this.
Yep.
Because that's how depressing it is for the left. That's how bad they lost with the Supreme Court having the ruling yesterday, 6-3.
And it is a win for America. It's a win for people around the country, around the entire United States, because all of a sudden they've got to do something that benefits everyone. It can't just be we're going to pander, we're going to tell you we're going to do something, and then never, ever do it.
Narrow representation is now unconstitutional, as it should be.
Yeah, that's right. Since we're talking about winning, maybe we should go through some of those wins that we've gotten in the last day or so.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie.
It's too much winning.
Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the
It's been surprising how this has all played out in the last week. You and I show up every single Monday, and maybe there might be some story we're going to jump into, but a lot of times it really is about, hey, we've got trials and tribulations, and let's see where this thing goes. It has been shocking this week to see even the most flowery version of what might happen actually fall right in our laps.
Listen to this list. Starting with the Supreme Court of the United States ending race-based gerrymandering. Florida, they passed that new congressional district.
In one day.
Trump's Fed chair pick, Kevin Warsh, approved by the Senate Banking Committee.
Which is why I am holding off on refinancing, because we might get a significant rate cut coming.
Because they didn't. They went and
we're getting quarter point cuts every time.
And this time we didn't move at all. James Comey indicted. The Fauci aide indicted, which we've not gotten into a lot this morning.
David Morenz, that is a story that has me rubbing my hands together. There is now 12 days left if you wish to name Anthony Fauci in anything, keep in mind, he does have the presidential pardon. That is a massive problem. But if Peter Daszak's of the world, the man who ran EcoHealth Alliance that filtered money to Wuhan, China, again, this is not in question. This is just what happened. It's the cover-up. And so to see that's the one that I'm most excited about the Supreme Court. But then a close second is this. Close second.
100%. I want to give you one more that we hadn't talked about a whole bunch. But if you keep up, like I know you do, listening to this show and being dialed in the way you are, the federal grand jury that indicted 2 people after assaulting the Turning Point USA reporter, Savannah Hernandez, while she was covering a story in Minnesota.
Huge.
Gigantic. It's a win for the rule of law. You just can't attack people. You just can't beat them up in the middle of the street, mob rule style, because you don't agree with their politics.
Professional reporter, and you decided, I'm going to go after this person and assault them. Now, in a different administration,
wouldn't have happened.
The Biden administration, you were allowed to do kind of whatever you felt like it when it came to Antifa.
That's right.
And it wasn't going to be much different if it ended up being Kamala Harris. In this administration, and we've seen it now in Texas, and I think Texas opened up the floodgates on this. Once they were able to convict that Antifa cell and to put them in prison, I think it's opened up the floodgates on this is not an idea, this is an organization, and if you wish to be violent, you will be hit with federal charges and you will go to federal prison.
That's the reason. That is the reason that they kept calling Antifa an idea. That way they didn't have to do anything.
Sure.
That was their out.
In the same way that the mafia refers to themselves as, there's no mafia.
It's no such thing.
It's no mafia.
No. What? You're crazy. No way. It's good because that beating is unacceptable. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. So
no one should be punched for reporting because you don't like who they were reporting for.
And you don't like the fact that people are going to know what is actually happening. We're going to intimidate you. That way you don't tell the truth. We're going to scare you and other people like you from doing what you need to do to uncover the truth. That is no longer happening. That's a win. So that list in the last 24 hours, obviously SCOTUS being the biggest and the Fauci aid gigantic, which we should probably talk about a little bit here too. I love the fact that Savannah Hernandez is going to get her day in court, and the people should be held accountable for doing the things that they're doing because it's so absurd to ridiculous.
Can I add another one too?
Yeah, I would love for you to.
That as of Monday into Tuesday, you now officially have everyone that took part in the church storming in Minneapolis, the Don Lemon stunt, they've all been apprehended. And they will all have their day in court too. Explain yourself.
Yeah. Wow. You're saying that you didn't plan all this because Don Lemon said otherwise on camera.
Said y'all set it up out over here.
Yeah, he said to do everything that was going on.
And I'm sorry, your rights do not extend into a private church service.
Well, but
that's another thing to add in there.
Course,
like, here,
sure.
good.
But I think it's worth even saying.
Hold the animals accountable.
That's exactly right, dude. Because if you don't, just like a spoiled, rotten child, when they're not punished, when they're not corrected, when they're not disciplined, and I know that's a bad word, or has been, it's probably not as bad as it used to be. Now it's probably working back into, more of a understood. People need discipline. You need discipline, whether you're going to the gym or whatever it is, holding yourself accountable. But like a spoiled, rotten child, if you don't discipline, it morphs into something even worse. And that's what we had seen for the last 4 years. Can we reverse that? Can we put that put that back in the box, the genie back in the bottle? I don't know if you can 100%, but this is a good step in the right direction.
I know the only way that you can possibly do it, and that's with federal prosecutions.
Absolutely. Love seeing it. David is on the phone. He wants to bring up the Fauci thing.
Yes, David.
Which is great. And you say your friend's a trial lawyer. Help me understand where you want to go with this.
Well, we were talking yesterday, and he said if David Moran throws Fauci under the bus, and then Congress can decide to bring Fauci in for a congressional hearing, which he will be put under oath. And if he commits perjury under oath, that pardon doesn't protect from a new crime.
True.
Okay.
And then if he says if he's going to take the fifth, then he's going to destroy his own reputation.
Oh, I think he's already done well. I think he's already done that.
David, thank you for the call. That was something that we brought up yesterday, and I think it's definitely worth diving into a lot more, because part of when you're given that presidential pardon is that if you're ever called to testify, you are supposed to have immunity, but you're also supposed to tell everything. You're supposed to lay it all out there. So if you hide anything or you lie, just as David's pointing out and just as he's talked with another trial attorney, that's perjury.
Yeah.
That's it. So you can basically ask him the method in which the money went from NIH through to EcoHealth Alliance, found its way to Wuhan, and the purposes behind it. And so I think that's the important part about having this indictment and having a named person in Dr. David Morenz and having two co-conspirators, conspiracy against his country. If we're talking about a multitude of people that start laying out the groundwork for how this occurred, then the best day would be that murderous son of a bee, Anthony Fauci, in front of Congress, having to lay out all the stuff he did that got an estimated by the WHO 7 million people killed around the world. He would have to say it in front of everyone in order to be compliant with his pardon.
I do not believe he would do it. I don't believe he'd tell the truth. Even under oath, I don't believe he would.
I think he has a God complex.
For sure. Who are you?
Who are you to question me?
Question me. It's exactly right, dude. That's his presentation when he was talking to Rand Paul.
Yes.
I was watching some of those old videos this morning, just trying to refresh my memory because it's been a little while. And the way they spoke, he was so defiant. You don't talk to me this way. I know you don't. You're lying. You're the problem, talking to Rand Paul. And the whole time, I kept thinking to myself, this guy knows exactly what he's done. The email chain tells me that he knows exactly what he's done, and yet he's so defiant, knowing that everybody in that room knows he's lying.
And by the way, the person who's questioning him is a doctor. Now, Anthony Fauci, we can go right through it. He has been a politician doctor for the better part of 40 to 50 years. This man wasn't treating anybody, which made it even more ridiculous when he was coming up with protocols that included ways to basically destroy your kidneys. And you had actually practicing doctors, like a Mary Tally Bowden, for instance. I think she treated over 1,000 patients, lost one.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, this is what your suggestion is? It was all for politics and to protect Big Pharma. The people that made Anthony Fauci into what he was and made him rich in the way he is.
Along the lines of what David has said, if you read Rand Paul's post from yesterday, it does give you a little bit of a silver lining, a little bit of hope. Rand says, I've said this from the beginning, lying to Congress is a felony, destroying federal records is a felony, advising others to destroy federal records is a felony. Fauci did all three. His advisor was indicted. Fauci is next. The deadline to prosecute, is May 11th. The DOJ must act now. And Rand Paul must be thinking along the same lines of David and his friend, who is a prosecutor. It totally makes sense because we were wondering yesterday how are we going to do it? How are you going to do it? Knowing that the time frame is coming to a close, knowing that he has a pardon.
I don't know if this is just because the era of Donald Trump and that he is no longer attached to at least puffing his chest out about the vaccine program. I tell you, Operation Warp Speed is one of the worst things that we've had happen in the last 20 years of this country. Removing the guardrails in the interest of winning an election, and then to see what basically you did is you let the wolf in the hen house. You let Big Pharma in the front door and thought, hey, they're going to act right this time. They have paid some of the biggest legal fines in the history of this country, billions of dollars for what they've done to people and to patients. And as I'm bringing up Mary Tally Bowden, she ended up having and this is from Representative Jason Smith, and he was talking about the hospitals and what occurred during COVID. And as he pointed out, hospitals with more than 100 beds had a higher profit margin than Delta Airlines, Target, or Disney.
Good Lord.
Because of what they were doing.
Well, and then the bonuses that they paid out, because we talked about
those
they
were paying out based on the treatments that they were given.
$19,000 to $40,000 per patient.
And much of this stems straight out of the NIH and what was going on with that. It's this entire spider web of the American people. You're going to get hosed. And as we got a chance to talk with Jason, one of our new listeners who moved up here from Florida, he's a firefighter in the area and moved here. And he talked about as a firefighter, they'd bring over somebody from a rollover crash, bring them into the hospital, and the first thing they're doing is swabbing them.
To make sure they could get that bonus money.
So they can get that bonus money. If this person dies, hey, they died of COVID. Like, wait, they were in a rollover crash.
Yep.
But Jason saw it firsthand as well.
My family did too. I told the story yesterday.
It's a wild story. So hopefully this whole thing, because we weren't allowed to talk about it for the longest time. In fact, I feel like
freedom.
I got ostracized for quite a while from some things for talking about this stuff openly.
Nobody in this audience was ostracizing you because they felt the same way. And that's the amazing thing about this audience is that is.
No, we found a community of we're all having these conversations with each other,
and it's a pretty robust community that was afraid to talk because you knew that they would come after you.
And you also, and let's remember, at that time, like for instance, when it came to Facebook was throttling down any community that talked about vaccine injury. If you went on to X and you mentioned maybe ivermectin or any other form of treatment, you would catch a strike, you would be throttled down. If you were on YouTube, it was the same thing. It was medical misinformation. You couldn't even have a discussion of what had worked for you or what you were trying or what you were doing. It was only what the government said according to Anthony Fauci. And people died because of that. You know, the idea of practice, you know, what does that word mean, practice? It means you try different stuff. That's the whole idea of a medical practice. Yet the government told you, you can't try. This is what you're supposed to do.
You have to follow this protocol.
Or else you won't get paid.
And it goes back to when you get the strikes on social media. I still am not clear, and maybe it's a little bit of both. Did they agree with what was being said or not allowing what was being said? Or was it government pressure saying we're going to dismantle your company, we're going to, the government has a lot of power to do severe damage to businesses. I don't know. I truly don't know what was happening. And I don't know that anybody can truly know. And maybe we'll never know.
Oh, no, we do know. Alex Berenson, when he had his lawsuit, he was able, through discovery, to show how the Biden administration was contacting, for instance...
Oh, I know that was happening.
People at X. Yeah. I'm just saying, we know... They were the ones who were saying, throttle this person down, take them off. They can't say this information on here.
Right. But did they also agree with it? I guess that's where I'm at.
Well, they did it.
Yeah, I know they did it. But because government pressure says we're going to make it impossible for you to function.
If you don't do this is what we'll do to you.
I understand from a business point of view why they did. But I wonder if they believe it, too. I wonder if Zuckerberg actually bought into it. Did he believe it? Was he okay with it? That's what I don't know that we'll ever fully know. Because, yes, the government absolutely was saying those things to those companies. It just always makes me wonder because they're, most of them are left-leaning or just outright Democrats. And I wonder if they believed it, too. Either through ignorance or loyalty to party, loyalty to government. I don't know. It could be anything at all. I'm just fascinated by that. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. Los has a hiring question for you and me. We'll answer that one next and get into more of your discussions, anything that you want to get into. 404-741-1230. We've had some interesting calls already this morning. Tug and Los until 10.
Listen to the Morning Extra, The Kimmer Show, Neil Bortz, and all your favorite Extra 106.3 personalities whenever you want with the all-new Extra app. It's anytime show replays, all your favorite podcasts, and the latest political news from across Georgia. Download the Extra 106.3 app now for Apple or Android.
Hey, this is Los with David from Atlanta, who just purchased his new car with the Honest Car Guy, the new, fully transparent way to buy your next vehicle. David, tell us about your experience.
I had been looking for a vehicle for a couple months. The car buying process was a little challenging at first for me. I had some credit issues in the past, and I just happened to hear a familiar voice on the radio, and it happened to be on the Honest Car Guy ad. I got in touch with Tom. Within 2, maybe 3 days, I had a vehicle being shipped here from Orlando, Florida. I have already recommended him to family members, several friends, and I'll purchase a car from Tom when I make my next purchase for sure.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Are you paying too much in taxes? Most people are, and they don't even realize it. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president of Nicholas Wealth Management. Every year, hardworking individuals and business owners send more money to the IRS than they legally have to. I hate to see it. Not because they did anything wrong, but because the tax code is complex. It's always changing, and it's full of opportunities most people never hear about. So here's the real question. Could you be paying less in taxes? With the right strategy, many people can. Through smarter planning, overlooked deductions, and better retirement and income decisions, you can win in retirement. That's why we're offering a complimentary tax analysis. No cost, no obligation, just a clear look at where you may be overpaying and what you can do about it. Stop guessing, get answers. Call Nicholas Wealth Management 678-990-8500, 678-990-8500, or visit nicholaswealth.com.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm. This is for informational purposes only and is not specific investment advice.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
It's April 30th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Arbor Day to celebrate trees. While it's celebrated today, many states hold it on other days to coincide with their best tree planting times. Also on this day, the World Wide Web launches in the public domain in 1993. The first browser and server developed by Tim Berners-Lee. It was the end of the Vietnam War in 1975, the fall of Saigon. The South Vietnamese president surrendered. He had only been in office for 2 days. And he's one of our founding fathers. And in 1789, he became our first president. George Washington took his oath of office at Federal Hall in New York City. The first person to say, "I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States." I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Donald Trump's America.
The 4 astronauts who crewed the Artemis II moon flyby were congratulated by President Trump in the Oval Office.
We have some people that have captivated the attention of the whole world, not just our country, the whole world.
The mission traveled further away from Earth than any previous space flight.
It takes people like this to make our country great. And again, I've never seen anything. Everybody I knew, they wanted to see the launch, and they especially wanted to see a successful landing.
The president also congratulated NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
We're back in the business of launching moon rockets with frequency. So we just sent Artemis 2 around the moon. We're going to launch Artemis 3 in 2027. We'll protect for up to 2 opportunities in 2028 to return astronauts to the surface of the moon.
Eventually, the Artemis program intends to develop a permanent lunar base for deep space exploration. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Thursday, April 30th, and here are your headlines. The Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 that Louisiana's congressional map creating a second majority black district was unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. The decision limits how states can use race when drawing congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms, and the ruling could impact congressional maps and trigger new legal battles across the country before the November elections. A former Atlanta Hawks executive has been sentenced to more than 3 years in federal prison after prosecutors say he stole nearly $3.7 million from the organization. Lester Jones pleaded guilty to wire fraud after investigators say he used fake expense reports and company credit cards to fund luxury trips, jewelry, and personal expenses. And finally, relief efforts continue across South Georgia as wildfires continue to burn tens of thousands of acres in Brantley County and surrounding areas. The American Red Cross is helping displaced families with shelter and meals while firefighters continue to work to contain the blaze. Officials say the recent rain has helped crews make progress, but the fires remain active and dangerous. Today's weather is mostly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 53. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, Los. I'm Bryce Gobert.
Man, I've gotten an education in business that I didn't know that I was going to get. One of our callers got a little bit of an education in business earlier, too.
It's fun.
And Los and I have been going back and forth just on the discussion that came up about Donald Trump's media company.
How the tech world works.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It actually works, yeah. No, it was fascinating. And to be honest, I don't know that most people get it or understand it.
Well, I think most people, we go about our jobs, and it's what are we making versus what's going out the door.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's general. If you run a small business, you're not concerned about perceived value. You're concerned about how many jobs did I do this week, and what did it cost me in gas, employees, and taxes, and
tracking everything.
And now you're going through, okay, what's my revenue? All right, what are my expenditures? Okay, here's my profit, and that's conventional business. Tech world don't work that way.
Yeah,
at all.
Yeah, that's a crazy.
It's nutty.
It's just
to think
like it's hard to wrap your head around a lot of that.
Even people that make movies, like movie studios, they're constantly thinking, what is this going to cost in production, in the director?
Yeah, like the hard costs.
Here's what, and then what are we projecting to make? And it always has to be at a profit, or else the film is not being made. That doesn't work that way at all in the tech world. And tech world's crazy, man.
Well, it's just what do we think this will be capable of doing down the road? Like we're building this company. What is it capable of doing? And that seems to be if you can convince investors of what you're capable of, that's where it all comes from.
If you had figured out how to make an application that was going to make almost zero money, but would store, and people would all the time put their photos on it to live out loud, did you have any idea what Facebook was going to pay for that?
No, nobody did.
That's Instagram.
Did.
Instagram was like, oh, that's cute.
Yep.
Facebook came along, it's like, and we want it.
Yes, right, because we know the value of the information there. I mean, think about this, dude. I've had this conversation before about, I'll just use Google Maps as the example because I use it the most. How much information that you're providing Google when you tag where your home address is, where you tag where your office is, and then you map to the places that you go with some sort of regularity. All of a sudden, they have a snapshot of everything you do, and that's just with a map.
By the way, now, Instagram is probably worth 100 times this at this point. When they sold to Facebook in 2012, they had 13 employees, and they took $1 billion.
Goodness.
And now, that's nothing in comparison.
Exponentially more. I always figure at some point, but to my maps analogy, is that when you hit, you punch in where it is that you want to go, there's going to be advertisers that want you directed next to a particular store based on your interests, based on what you like to eat, what you search for. They're going to direct you in a particular way that will put you in front of those things in hopes dude, I expect it to happen. It'd be crazy not to.
You want me to give you a fun one as we put a bow on the Instagram story?
Sure.
$1 billion in 2012, 13 employees, and and by the way, I think it was like $300 million that was like cash, and the $700 other million was in stock options. So suddenly, every employee there, the 13, and depending on who got points and what they were doing, but they're all rich. Suddenly, they're all rich.
Wildly.
And let's just say that, and I'll do the math on this because, I got my phone and I got a Google machine in front of me and I can do this sort of stuff. So let's just say it's the $300 million and it was divided equally. Rare, but let's just say. Then it's $23 million per employee. More than likely, you had your CEO who was going to make $100 million. Everybody else was probably going to make like $5 or $10 million.
I'll take it.
Right. Well, how about this? Bloomberg, as of 2018, based on their growth and if it was available today, Instagram would be worth hundreds of billions.
Mm.
In 2018, it was listed as $100+ billion if you wanted to acquire it from Facebook.
And they bought it for $1
billion.
And now it's $100 billion. It really is remarkable, man. I mean,
tech world it's crazy.
Well, and
it's amazing.
And then wait till you start diving into the AI numbers. and the potential.
It's the next phase of this stuff.
Well, it totally is.
Yeah.
It's almost like an industrial revolution.
Which is why the data centers are such an important factor. Not just from being able to store all this stuff, but that and the power we're going to need in order to run this stuff.
Water,
yes.
don't forget water too. Because
that's the future.
I've explained a few times, and it's the truth. Generating one image on your phone uses the same amount of energy to charge your phone from 0 to 100% charge, one image. And there's, I bet, billions that are made every day.
Oh, on this show on Fridays.
Yeah, I know, right?
The amount of videos that I make of you, Tug.
I know.
I had to explain this the other day to a friend of mine. They're like, well, how much do you use AI? And I kind of, it's like, well, I use it on the show. And then I go, well, I mean, I do take the celebrity photos that Tug takes, and then I make AI images and AI videos out of them. He's like, why do you do that? I go, why not?
Because it's fun.
You have new ones to work with now.
I know. I'm going to start doing all sorts of fun new ones. Yeah. I got new stuff coming out on Friday. I can't wait to have had Tug Mouse.
Yeah, that's right.
Had Naked Tug, the Japanese anime character, riding a rainbow unicorn.
Come on.
Got all sorts of stuff.
Time to boogie.
There it is.
There's Mouse Tug.
Yeah, that's right. Our friend Gary hit me. It says Google Maps promoted ads or local search ads prominently feature business listings of top search results of the square-shaped pens in Google Maps. So he's telling me, Gary's like, dude, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
But I guess my thing is, I expect, maybe this is cynical me, but I expect if you typically like Italian food, they're going to find a route that will take you by the advertising Italian food restaurant.
What I believe is going to happen in the future, because we do have this to a certain extent. Like, for instance, when you're on your phone and you happen to say something around your phone like Nike basketball, you notice how then suddenly you get
those ads.
Shoe ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I believe is as we get more into AI and as we have a more prevalence of that technology in terms of how you're interacting with it, I believe that it's not going to be where you get the ad several hours later. I think you'll be getting it instantaneously.
Just because as soon as you say it,
boom,
the
you're hitting
AI,
with stuff.
Because AI they don't take time to process. It's there.
Right. It turns into,
I think
man, I'm hungry. Are we thinking about pizza? It's like pizzas. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you're driving, like those pizza places that advertise just automatically show up right as you're going, because it's listening to everything you say in your car,
sure is,
and in your house, and when your phone's next to you. I remember when there was this push that when Amazon's Alexa was the kind of the big thing, those smart speakers, and I know they still are to a degree. People are like, well, they're listening all the time, they're recording, and they're like, yeah, that's right. And then there was this tutorial of how to go turn off the recordings that it banks that you do, because it's recording all the time. And I was like, you can flip that switch all you want. There's not a bit of me that believes that it's not banking everything that it was banking before. It's giving you that satisfaction of, I have some control.
It's not listening to me anymore, right? Right. I'm not even going to say her name, but you're not listening anymore, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So funny. Yeah.
You're not recording this, are you? No.
Siri, are you recording this right now? And
Siri pops up on your phone as soon as you say that.
Absolutely right. I respect your privacy, she says.
Yeah.
No,
so much so you jumped up immediately.
Yeah. No, you don't. I don't believe it for 1 second. If you were hiring, Los, you said, because when we were jumping into this, that you had a hiring question. That maybe I, of all people, you think I can help you with it?
So let's say you and I were running an accounting firm.
I'm not good at math.
And, well, it's okay. You're running the firm. You don't need to be good at this. You're the money man.
That's right. Yes, right? I am. Yes, of course.
Tug is the one. He came with the investment. We're the partners in the firm. And I say to Tug, we need to bring in 3 more people. We're getting into tax season.
Mm-hmm.
But I need them all to be white.
Oh.
Okay, bothered you.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Well, that's...
what?
I don't think the EO is going to allow that.
So you and I are running, let's say, we're doctors now. Out of nowhere, you and I, Tug and Los, we're running a doctor's office. You have one end, I have the other. In fact, you know what? I'm into physical therapy. You're the surgeon. Go over to his end, get that taken care of. You come see me for physical therapy. It's a great scenario we have. And I say we need some more occupational therapists to help work with us.
That's great. Our business is growing.
I need like 6 of them.
Okay.
Let's make sure they're all white.
Yeah, somebody's going to flag that. That's going to get pushed to the top of the stack.
All right, now we're running a tech company. And
I see where this is headed.
And I go, Tug, we can't figure out some of these issues that we're having. We're going to have to bring in some people. We need some more programmers. If you know Java, great. If you know some other, let's do that. But I want them all from India.
Do they have the H-1B visa? You can't do it.
This essentially is what the Supreme Court made illegal yesterday.
As far as redistricting and gerrymandering.
A blanket use of race in order to secure a district. In order to basically say, well, I mean, you can make a district as long as it has this. Well, that's not the way it's supposed to be in this country. In fact, whether it's my dental office, whether it's my accounting office, or whether it's my tech firm, it should be about the best and brightest, because then that also requires you as a boss to be pretty good in order to take care of a multitude of different people from different backgrounds. Well, that's what we're asking for representation moving forward. Don't pander to one group. Make sure you're delivering for the entirety of a community. It should deliver us better politicians.
And better opportunity, better outcomes. Anytime you let freedom be the beacon, freedom be the marker, and everybody have an equal attempt at it, it's going to be better. Because we talked about it earlier, those communities that have just one type of representation and their circumstances never change.
And that's an aspect of this. What was going on and what Louisiana attempted to do in a state that is, I believe it's 33% African American, they tried to draw a map in which you would have an area that is 75 to 80% African American. Now, the Democrats of old and today are basically looking to keep those places economically depressed and have the schools not good so that people are not upwardly mobile out of those communities. You secure your power that way. All right? That's the game. But in a state where if you have 33% of the vote is black, and you are drawing districts accordingly, then you're never going to be able to ignore a voting group. You can when there's 75, 80%. Democrats have been doing it for years. What happens when you have a cross-section of, let's say, the state of Louisiana where 30% of your voters are black and 30% of your voters are white and 30-some% of your voters are Hispanic or other or whatever? You can't play racial politics. You have to actually serve your community.
The expectation changes.
Sure does.
Because they see what that community next to them is capable of doing, and they're like, well, why aren't we doing that?
Why aren't we making the scenario here?
Why doesn't that work here?
Why are their schools a lot better than ours? It's like, better get on that.
You're able to hold a politician's feet to the fire because it is the entire group that's doing it, not just one.
Exactly. You are not stuck in the scenario of, well, I'm just going to pander to this group and I'll tell them everything's going to be good, but I'll never have to worry about making it good. Now, when you have a cross-section of a community of people that is not being drawn, again, together by race, now you have to serve everybody, and that's good. And in the interest of power, that's the only reason why the Democrats are upset about it. In the interest of power, I like it, but I'm just pointing out this is good.
But Barack Obama, I love the fact that he came out and he was like, when it was Virginia, everything was great, and it's the smartest thing, and it's what we need to do. And then all of a sudden, the gerrymandering is terrible. The ruling is terrible. It's god awful. How can it be so? 1 week it's one way, the next week it's the next way. It's all in the pursuit of power for sure. When we come back on Extra 106.3, we'll wrap up the show. What does the SCOTUS ruling mean for you here in Georgia? Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, April 30th. The Atlanta Braves walked it off last night as Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer in the ninth to lead the Braves to a 4-3 victory over the Detroit Tigers and another series win. They remain the only team in baseball who hasn't lost one as of yet. It's getaway day this afternoon as the Braves conclude their series and the homestand with the Tigers. It'll be Bryce Elder on the mound against Framber Valdez. First pitch is set for 12:15. You can hear all the game action on our sister station, 680 The Fan, and for free on the Fan app. From the NBA, the Atlanta Hawks are looking to stay alive tonight in the Eastern Conference playoffs as they have dropped the past 2 games in their series with the New York Knicks. Game 6 tonight is in Atlanta with the Knicks up 3-2. That tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Did you know you can add renewing your driver's license or ID card to your grocery list? The Georgia Department of Driver Services now offers self-service kiosks at select Kroger and Publix locations. From renewing or replacing to updating your address, the kiosks will issue a temporary paper license, and you'll receive a permanent card in the mail. Skip the line and save time by adding your driver's license renewal to your grocery list today. You'll even get a $5 discount on your order. Visit dds.georgia.gov to learn more. Sponsored by the Georgia Department of Driver Services.
Welcome to Collins Hill Golf Club. Located only minutes between Georgia 316 and I-85 in Lawrenceville, lies one of Northeast Atlanta's best fun and affordable golf courses. A beautiful traditional layout with small undulating greens and narrow tree lines, and a new pond restoration project that will enhance the beauty and playability of the course. Collins Hill offers a wonderful challenge for every skill level. But golf is just the beginning of what you'll find at Collins Hill Golf Club. The clubhouse is the ideal place for members and guests to relax. The staff at Collins Hill is another key asset to the club. There is always something going on at Collins Hill Golf Club. Interested in competitive golf tournaments locally? Join the Collins Hill Men's Golf Association. Annual membership includes a golf tournament happening every month. Visit collinshillgolf.com for information. That's collinshillgolf.com.
The best time to shop for a new car is when selection is strong and the offer is clear. Right now at Marietta Toyota, the new 2026 Toyota Camry is all hybrid and in stock. It's built for commuters with exceptional fuel efficiency, up to 53 miles per gallon in the city. Voted Best of Cop, Best New Car Dealership, and Best Dealership Service Center. Here's the difference you don't get everywhere. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty, unlimited time, and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. For well-qualified buyers, special APR financing is available on the new 2026 Camry, 4.99% APR for 72 months. We're right where we've always been, Cobb Parkway South, just north of Truist Stadium. Marietta Toyota since 1975. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
4.99% APR for 72 months with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. Not all buyers will qualify. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. Lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for details.
Fox on Tech.
The artificial intelligence models have gotten so much better that they are now building themselves. Both OpenAI and Anthropic said their latest models and tools were built largely by their own AI. CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, said that by the end of the year, software engineers will not write any of the code. It will all be done by AI. And during a New York Times podcast, he mused that AI will boost GDP growth by 10 to 15%, but acknowledged that there will be major job disruptions. The fear within the community is unavoidable. A former head of Anthropic's Safeguards research team wrote, quote, "The world is in peril," as he announced his departure from the company. A researcher at OpenAI also left, citing ethical concerns. On top of those, entrepreneur Matt Schumer went viral with his post drawing comparisons with the advancements in AI to the eve of the pandemic. For Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Tug and Los start your day the right way on the Morning Extra.
Get this. Cousin Brittany just texted me and said, I had to scan my ID to change my Yahoo password the other day. Oh, my Lord. That seems like that actually seems like a bit of an overreach.
I'd feel weird about that one, Brittany.
Yeah. Are you sure you're logged into the right website?
Brittany, were you looking into adult content?
That's right. What are you providing ID for?
Because there's certain states now that require legal ID. That's why I don't go to those Yes.
That's exactly right. I'm not doing it anymore.
You taught me the error of my ways.
That's right. I'm out.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I do want to give a country call out.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, just for a second, country call out to Joe Virgin River, everybody.
Oh, Virgin River.
He's got a day game, so he's in here. And anytime we get to spend a minute with Joe Virgin River, who has graduated from the Morning Extra down the hall to the Atlanta Braves radio network.
He's got responsibilities.
I know, yeah.
Sure
He's big time. And but anytime you can spend time with Joe Virgin River or say hello to him, I want to do it, because I think most people who have been with this show for a long time probably misses Joe. Don't get to hear from Joe.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
And if you're new to this program in the last year or so, then you never know that we had somebody who was the technical operator of this show who was huge into show tunes.
It's true.
But he's straight.
The show used to be a lot more gay. and it's lost its sauce.
It's lost its magic we had.
Bryce is trying to bring it back a little bit on Wednesdays with Disco Wednesdays.
That's good.
Let me
bring back that glitter and shimmer.
That's right. Let me ask Joe V a question, because I want to test this out. So, Joe, if you were, like, let's say, headed south on 400, and I said, "Hey, I want you to exit at exit 10 and go east," which way would you turn?
To go east, if I'm going south, I would go left. I get off the ramp and go left.
Yeah,
you would. And
yeah,
this has really thrown off poor Bryce. Poor Bryce is
directionally challenged.
He's directionally challenged. I was just curious because Joe never seemed to have a problem with directions or anything else. He was like, "Yeah, no, I know where to go, no problem."
But yeah,
Bryce told us when we were going out to a golf tournament on Monday. We said, "Well, where exactly is it?" He goes, "It's to the left of Kennesaw State."
Don't look at me like that, man. Don't look at me like that.
Poor guy.
Just say like it's around Kennesaw State, and then you would have saved so much embarrassment.
Save face a little bit. That's all.
So the left of Kennesaw, it's not a factually incorrect.
I mean, it's factually correct. Yes,
it is. But
people know what I mean.
Not really. Left from what direction?
If you're looking at a map,
on
it's
a
left of
map.
Kennesaw.
On the map.
Yeah. So I mean, like,
okay.
Technically, is that correct? Yes.
Oh,
it's just unusual for somebody to use left instead of a direction.
Listen, part of the fun on this show when we had Joe is Joe's quite the character, and I just want you to know, Joe, you've done the right thing with Bryce. He's become quite the character. We just didn't know that he had this handicap when it came to directions.
It's okay. We all have our faults.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Absolutely, dude. I got more than I can count.
Directionally, kind of low on the fault tier.
No, it is, but it's funny. And we've been able to give him down the road about it.
Joe, did you learn the compass in any sort of way?
Yeah.
What'd you learn?
Never eat soggy waffles.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I'd never heard that.
I'd never heard it either, but now that's both of you guys.
More validated in my life.
It's pretty good.
All right.
We had never heard that before, Joe. So when Bryce told us never eat soggy waffles, I'm like, that's accurate, makes sense. But that's just not something that we ever had, like a moniker to go by.
It's like a new school thing.
Okay.
Definitely.
Like that new math they got going on.
Yeah.
New math.
What was that?
Common Core.
Common Core. Oh, my gosh.
I
what a
never learned
disaster.
that. I don't know.
What a disaster that was.
It was a mess.
That was so, and if you look at what, Mississippi is doing, and, their grades are off the charts, and they're ahead of California and even New York, and look, even Georgia for that matter. They've just gone back to pre-90s educational fundamentals, and their education standards have gone through the roof.
I'll give you an example. So if you were to ask my daughter when she was in 7th grade what 8 times 7 was, she could answer it. The problem is that if you didn't do it according to the Common Core math way, which is basically just a political way to have somebody have a job and a certification, then you were wrong. So, Joe, if you could help me out, what is 8 times 7?
Is that 56?
Okay, see, now you would be wrong if you were to answer it that way in school in Common Core.
Well, even when I was in school and not in Common Core, if I didn't show my work, it would be like, that's points off.
I get showing your work, but just out loud, and the answer, you would have gotten it wrong if you said that out loud?
If you were to be in a Common Core math class and it was on a paper right in front of you. Here's 8 times 7, and you just wrote down 56.
You have to do all the. Okay, got it.
The
okay,
procedural stuff.
That makes more sense. Okay,
Which
but still
shouldn't be as Mississippi's doing. You're actually learning how to do this stuff to where you're not drawing circles and putting blocks down and here's whatever. It's like, here's the math. Here's the math. Can you do it or not?
Yeah,
that's all.
Bryce, did you have to do all that? Did you come up through Common Core?
I think I did briefly.
Okay. Well, it's so.
It makes sense
weird.
why I suck at math.
Yeah, I may too.
I knew you didn't take Magellan.
That's right.
Sweet Magellan, who runs this whole show.
Yeah, that's right. It's a new nickname, Magellan. That's Bryce Magellan.
Poor Magellan. If we had put him out to sea,
It's Magellan Go Bear.
never would have found anything. Why does he keep sailing in circles?
I don't know, man. He keeps turning left. I'm not sure what's going on. He's just
I'm trying to find the waffles.
That's right, exactly. Which I'd never heard of.
Just keeps putting his hands up. Right.
That's right. That's right.
You need to go to this hand.
I'm gonna figure this thing out.
That's right, exactly. That's good. Joey V in early because of the Braves. Talked to Ben Ingram yesterday. He's blown away by the Braves' hot start. It's so much. It has to be fun on your end, listening to the games every night and producing everything.
Walk off last night.
Yeah, walk. Did you see it coming? Did you feel the momentum, or are you surprised like everybody else?
I felt, we have hope. And hope is a very powerful thing because there was no hope last year. And I had a lot of fun last year. I really enjoyed it. But this start is like nothing I could have imagined. But when you have Ozzy, then Matt coming up, you're like, oh, we can make a little noise here. We can do a little something. And we were all back there in the studio just like, he's got to hit this out, right? He's got to hit this out. I mean, what that's just the trajectory that this team has been on this whole season so far. And then he did, and we just all went crazy.
It couldn't have been
a
more middle pitch.
Yeah. Jansen basically served up a meatball, and here goes Matt Olson destroying that thing. Now, when it came off the bat, I was thinking, all right, this is 2. Like, you got 2. And that thing just kept flying. I'm like, never mind, that's out of the ballpark.
Yeah, there's a great snapshot of a kid behind the plate that the Gwinnett Stripers had tweeted out, and you see the kid's face, probably like y'all were. Here it is, and this kid's like, and all they said was, same, kid, same. Because his expression was just elation.
Well, you just, especially when you're facing the reigning Cy Young Award winner, and you come out with a quick 2-run homer from Ozzy Albies, and then, Detroit takes the lead, but you turn that game into a fight into the 9th, and you're not supposed to win a game where you're facing the reigning 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and yet you win that. You feel like every day you're going to win. That's the cool part about what Joe's getting to do. He's showing up every day like, we're winning today.
That's right.
That's the attitude.
No, I know. It should be.
Me and Barrett have a thing going on. Last year, our
Barrett Salee, Braves reporter.
Barrett Salee, our thing that we'd say was like, we'd find new and interesting ways to lose. And this year, after every game, we're like, yeah, that was our favorite game. That's our favorite game.
New and interesting ways to win.
That's our favorite game.
I just like that as the game goes final and they're finding ways to win, whether it started with the Dom Smith Grand Slam to the Matt Olson homer last night, it's been running through the whole season. You basically get to finish off the day by going, not today, Satan. And Satan is the Mets and the Phillies that are in last place.
Come on. Nobody I'd rather see in last place than the Mets and the Phillies.
Not today, Satan.
So at the Flyers game last night, my Penguins got eliminated. But they got booed on the Jumbotron. They got shown at the Jumbotron, and the Flyers fans were booing them.
Wow.
Well, you fire your manager after 21 games. Yeah, things are bad there.
It's not looking good, buddy. Things are ugly.
It's not for me.
Things are ugly.
Only time till the Mets fire their manager.
Yeah. Because the Phils already got on there.
It's so great. And the second year of that Juan Soto contract, they're so screwed.
Loving it. Loving every second of it. And I know if you're a Braves fan, you're loving it too, man. It's so good, Los. It's so good to be a Braves fan.
12:15 start time. If you care to, check out 680 The Fan, the 680 The Fan app for the game.
Yeah. Maybe even go back and forth, a little bit of Braves, a little bit of Xtra.
That's right. You got Clay and Buck. They're going to be doing the same thing because when this ruling came down yesterday, they were a little bit like, what is? Oh, and now Clay gets the full 24 hours with his legal background to really break this down for people. It should be good.
But oftentimes, and I'm not a braggart necessarily, but I feel like we get ahead of those guys by a day or two on a lot of things.
It happens.
Yeah. I mean, even the Secret Service shooting, being friendly fire. And they brought that up. We talked about that on Monday.
We move quick and we slice.
That's right. Slice and dice. And we're always glad to catch up with Joe Virgin River.
Karate means open hand, Joe.
Don't you know? And now he's in there doing the karate dance. So for Joe V, for Los and Bryce, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our extra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the extra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
Hey Braves fans, it's Tom Glavine, and when my ride needs a wash, I head straight to Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Their friendly team and industry-leading technology give my car the ultimate shine every time. Experience an elite clean you can count on at Tidal Wave Auto Spa, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves and my go-to car wash destination.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
The Morning Extra, every weekday on your drive to work.
There isn't one state, and there's not one demographic. It doesn't matter if you're black, Hispanic, white, Asian. Every single demographic thinks that the Save America Act is a good thing. Every single state, even the liberal states, thinks the Save America Act is a good thing. So let's not pretend like it's not a very good thing for America and a very popular thing for America. So what they're really fighting on is just like they did with transgenders, just like they did with men competing in women's sports, just like they've done with so many things in education, energy, the unpopular things that once again make them the king of the ashes.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app. The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
Allen will soon be back in federal court. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Next hour for the suspect in Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. The U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro just told Fox.
We filed papers in court this morning for the detention hearing today, indicating that this defendant was calculated, he was premeditated, he had every intention of killing the president and anyone who got in his way.
The Justice Department says a Secret Service officer saw Allen fire the shotgun in the direction of the stairs leading to the ballroom before he was arrested. Now, federal sources tell Fox Allen hit a Secret Service agent in his bulletproof vest. There have been questions about who had fired that shot.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. War Secretary Pete Hegseth will testify next hour at the Senate about the conflict with Iran, the day after clashing with Democrats at a House hearing questioning the U.S. strategy. The head of Central Command will meet today with President Trump, who's reportedly considering resuming bombing, though he may prefer what's in place now to get Iran to make a deal.
The blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof.
But Iran's supreme leader, in a statement read on state TV, called the U.S. operation a shameful failure, adding Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities.
The shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz has caused the largest oil supply shock in history, according to the Wall Street Journal. Gasoline prices have risen about 40% in the U.S. since the war began 2 months ago. Top Trump officials call it a worthy sacrifice for preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
That's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in Dubai. AAA's national average for regular gas has surged up today to $4.30 per gallon, and that's affecting more than just us at the pump.
The PCE price index inflation reading for the year ending in March rose 3.5% as expected, as higher energy costs impacted prices following the start of the Iran conflict.
Fox's Jenny Costola. We also found out the overall economy improved. GDP growth from January to March increased to 2%, less than expected, but more than the 0.5% in the fourth quarter of last year. America's listening to Fox News.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a crazy fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. Stop paying the big guys twice what you need to. Dial pound 250, say my name. That's pound 250 micro to switch to Pure Talk, where the savings are truly unlimited.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com